Chosen one, listen to me. No, listen with your spirit, because something is shifting right now, and if you don't lean in, you'll miss it. For the first time in all the messages ever spoken through prophets, through dreams, through whispers in the night, God has said something he's never said before, and he didn't say it for the crowd. He said it for you. Yes, you. The one who's been holding on by a thread, wondering if heaven even notices. The one who smiles in public but cries when no one's watching. The one who's been waiting for a word that finally feels like it was written with your name in it. This is that word. And no, this isn't hype. This is holy. It's urgent. And it's personal. There's a reason this showed up on your screen right now. There's a reason your chest feels tight, your pulse is picking up, your eyes are watering, but you don't know why. Because something ancient in your soul recognizes the sound of home, and God is calling you back to it. But before I go any further, I need you to pause and honor this moment. Drop a 777 in the comments right now, not because it's a trend, but because it's a covenant. That number is heaven's seal of divine alignment, spiritual activation, and full surrender. When you type it, you're not just responding to a video, you're agreeing with your destiny. You're saying, yes, God, I hear you, I'm ready, do it in me. And while we're here, I want to pour out sincere thanks to every single soul who's supported this message through super thanks. You may never know how many lives you've touched, how many destinies you've helped realign just by giving. Whether it was a small seed or a large sacrifice, thank you. You are part of this divine ripple effect. Now, let me ask you this. Why does it feel like you've been getting signs all week, but you kept brushing them off as coincidence? Why have your dreams suddenly become more vivid, more symbolic, like someone's trying to reach you from beyond the veil? Because they are. And this moment, right here, is heaven's confirmation. This isn't just another spiritual video. This is a divine transmission. There is a warning inside it, but also a wild, beautiful promise. A promise so precise, so timely, so disruptive to the status quo that only the chosen will be able to carry it. You're not about to receive motivation. You're about to receive marching orders. You're not about to start a new chapter. You're stepping into an entirely new assignment. Your atmosphere is shifting, but your identity is too. This is the first time God has said it, and He chose to say it to you. So stay with me. Don't look away, because what I'm about to share next will explain everything that's been happening to you and everything that's coming next. God's chosen ones, first time God ever said something like this for you. Right now, in a moment suspended between heaven and earth, something unprecedented is unfolding. Not merely unusual, but cosmically singular. For the first time since the breath of Genesis was spoken over chaos, God is delivering a message unlike any ever uttered. Not through prophets clothed in sackcloth, not etched in ancient tablets, not encrypted in visions shared behind veils. This isn't a riddle for scholars, nor a metaphor for theologians. It is untamed. It is alive. And it is erupting directly into your reality. But what kind of message bypasses centuries of divine protocol and lands without filter into your soul? It's because you're not just part of the crowd. You've always known this. Even if no one ever named it, the stirring inside you has refused to die. Have you noticed how the same routine now feels foreign, like you've outgrown the shell of your old self? Why do you feel haunted by anticipation in rooms that used to feel safe? The answer is not psychological, it's spiritual. You've been marked, you've been set apart. Heaven has pierced through the noise, and this message is aimed at you. not because of what you've done, but because of who you were always meant to be. In the story of Gideon, the least of his tribe, hiding from enemies, God appeared not with sympathy, but with identity. The Lord is with you, mighty warrior. Judges 6:12. God didn't describe Gideon's reality. He declared Gideon's destiny. Do you feel like you've been hiding too, not from enemies, but from your own immensity? What if God's message isn't waiting for you to be ready, but is arriving because you already are, though you don't see it yet? This is not a metaphor, not a poetic mood. Something seismic is shifting in the unseen, a divine urgency vibrating through the frequencies of time. The moon in its fullness tonight is not just beautiful. It is resonating like a drum echoing across the heavens, looking for spirits that have been trained in silence. Can you sense the alignment, the unseen current moving beneath the surface of everything familiar? And the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. This verse isn't distant history, it's right now. Because the war between light and shadow has reached a crescendo, and God is not raising tourists or philosophers. He's calling forth warriors, calibrated in pain, refined in silence, and you, yes you, are being handed the sword. But what will you do with it when it burns in your hand like a truth you can no longer ignore? Consider St. Joan of Arc, a teenage peasant girl who heard God's voice, defied empires and led armies. Her words still thunder. I am not afraid. I was born to do this. She was dismissed, doubted, condemned, yet immortalized in eternity, not for her perfection, but for her obedience. Could your courage ignite something eternal too? Or think of Isaiah, who saw the Lord high and exalted, and fell undone by his own inadequacy. And yet, when the divine voice asked, "Whom shall I send?" Isaiah didn't delay. He said, "Here I am, send me." Isaiah 6:8. Isn't that the cry echoing faintly inside your own chest now? Not long ago, in the dusty outskirts of a Moroccan village, a woman named Layla spent 14 years running a humble school with no electricity. Most dismissed her as naive. But during a pandemic, her graduates became the only literate health translators in the region, saving dozens of lives. She never sought significance. She just followed a pull she couldn't explain. Is it possible that your quiet persistence is about to become someone else's deliverance? Then there's a man named Daxton, a character few have ever heard of, but whose truth is etched into the walls of consequence. For years he labored unnoticed in a cold metal factory, creating parts for machines he didn't understand. Until one day, those very parts were traced to a satellite system that detected a tsunami before it reached land, saving thousands. Daxton never saw the waves, but the world changed because he didn't stop showing up. Are you willing to build in the dark what heaven plans to use in the light? Imagine the migration of geese, how they rise not by effort alone, but by catching invisible currents of air, lifting each other by pattern, timing, and instinct. You are being carried now by something unseen but exact. Your alignment with the divine isn't accidental, it's strategic, and it's irreversible. This is not mysticism, this is not exaggeration, this is the moment the veil is pulled back, and God, for the first time, speaks something so unrepeatable it can only be spoken once through your life. What happens if you ignore it? What happens if you say yes, because heaven right now is still holding its breath? 7 days. That's all. Not symbolic days, not poetic exaggeration, but an actual divinely encoded stretch of time where heaven is weaving new architecture into your reality. Can you feel the pressure in the air? Not the stress of your to-do list, but something deeper, as if the fabric of your inner world is shifting without asking your permission. Why does everything you once tolerated now feel suffocating? Why are your dreams sharper, your emotions rawer, Your timing, stranger, because this is not coincidence. This is convergence. God has activated a timeline shift, not by accident, but by intention. And you're not observing this shift. You're at the center of it. For 7 sacred days, a divine current will move through the earth like a secret river, invisible to the sleeping but irresistible to the awakened. Those who are aligned, heart, mind, spirit, will feel themselves lifted not by willpower, but by gravity, pulling them toward their original assignment. Are you beginning to notice what used to exhaust you now just slips past like wind? In Acts 2, as the early believers gathered in an upper room, the Holy Spirit came like a rushing wind, not metaphor, wind. Tongues of fire appeared over their heads. They weren't expecting a moment that would redefine human history, but it came because they were aligned. Can you stay present these next 7 days, not waiting for a miracle, but recognizing you are the miracle in motion? For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. 2 Timothy 1:7. This shift isn't making you stronger, it's revealing you already are. That fear you thought was part of your personality, it's evaporating. The doubt that looped like background noise, replaced by clarity as ancient as Eden. You're not upgrading, you're remembering. Remember when Lazarus was called from the tomb. He didn't negotiate, he didn't ask for proof, he simply responded. Jesus didn't tell him to be worthy, he told him to come out. John 11:43. This week, heaven is saying the same to you. Come out of your old name, come out of delay, come out of numbness. But will you recognize the voice when it sounds like your own thoughts reawakening? A woman named Mireille, unknown to the world, lived in a quiet coastal town in southern France. For decades she suffered from debilitating illness and solitude, but 7 days after an unexpected dream about light wrapping around her spine, her body began to heal in stages. Within months, she was traveling across Europe teaching trauma release through breath and prayer. She never asked to be seen, she just responded when her spirit stood up inside her. And it's not just about healing, it's about rising. Dr. Miles Monroe, a renowned pastor and leadership expert, once said, "The wealthiest place in the world is the graveyard, because in it are buried dreams that were never fulfilled." His voice carried the fire of activation, waking up souls trapped in good intentions. What dreams inside you are waiting for just 7 days of alignment to resurrect? Meanwhile, in a corner of Nairobi, a boy named Amani had an odd gift. He could feel people's emotions like temperature. It scared his family, shamed him in school, but after a dream told him to stop hiding and start blessing, he began praying over strangers. He's now the reason an entire orphanage was rescued from closure, because one of those strangers was a lost donor looking for a sign. Could the thing that once made you too much be the very reason the world shifts? Have you watched a snake shedding its skin? It doesn't panic, doesn't cling to what no longer fits. It simply leans into the instinct that something bigger is waiting on the other side of surrender. These next 7 days will ask that of you. Are you willing to shed what the old you depended on, even if it means walking into territory with no map? This isn't hype. It's not esoteric fluff. This is a countdown, sacred and irreversible. It's why synchronicities have intensified, why the same numbers keep showing up, why your body feels electric some nights and hollow the next. These are not flukes, they are signals, and every one of them is marking a precise entry point into the you that's always been waiting. So don't miss this window. The next week is not just a shift in time, it's a holy convergence where the veil will thin, and the voice calling you won't shout, it will whisper like thunder. And when it ends, your old self, the version of you built in survival, masked in perfection, tangled in fear, will be gone. In its place will stand the version God always saw, forged not in ease but in fire. At this very moment, the full moon stands at the apex of its ancient cycle, radiating a frequency that once stirred prophets awake in the wilderness and parted seas at the appointed hour. But unlike then, now it's your turn. This isn't just about lunar beauty or astrological curiosity. This is a spiritual transmission encoded in light. The same gravitational pull that commands oceans is now whispering into your bones, calling you not just to observe, but to respond. Yet how many are letting this pass unnoticed, numbed by the noise of a distracted life? What happens when divine alignment knocks and no one answers? The tragedy isn't that the frequency isn't there, it's that too many are mistuned. This moon isn't passive, it's pulsing like a cosmic heart. It's carrying a vibration tailor-made for your transformation. But your soul, though hungry, is surrounded by static, guilt, shame, addiction to validation, loops of comparison. And like a sacred radio receiving celestial frequencies, your spirit can't catch the signal if it's wrapped in bitterness. Has your truth been drowned out by the voice of someone else's timeline? In 1 Kings 19, when Elijah ran into the cave, desperate and disillusioned, he expected God in the earthquake, the fire, the wind. But the Lord wasn't in any of them. He came in a still, small voice. 1 Kings 19:12. Are you listening for the loud while ignoring the sacred quiet? What if your greatest instruction is encoded in silence, waiting for you to clear space? You are energy, but not random, precise, intelligent, divine. The moon tonight, at its radiant zenith, isn't just illuminating the sky, it's speaking. Coded light is bathing the earth, carrying messages to those willing to detox the static and listen. Will you unplug from noise long enough to receive what heaven is now broadcasting? A woman named Aveline in the Scottish Highlands spent most of her life tending to sheep and living off-grid. No phone, no internet, just stars and scripture. One night during a harvest moon, she heard what she called a vibration that turned into vision. The next morning, she wrote a prayer that would be discovered years later and turned into a global anthem for peacemakers. Her voice became a movement, not because she was loud, but because she was positioned. Jesus said, "Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God." Matthew 5:8. It is not intellect that discerns divine timing, it is purity of alignment. Could it be that your distractions are not simply bad habits, but veils, keeping you from the one encounter that changes everything? Bishop T.D. Jakes, a renowned preacher and cultural architect, once declared, "If you can't figure out your purpose, figure out your passion, for your passion will lead you right into your purpose." He spoke those words during a season when many were giving up, and his voice became thunder that revived millions. What if your passions aren't wild impulses, but breadcrumbs towards sacred destiny? And not far from the Andes Mountains, a man named Elias kept waking at 2:22 a.m. each night, hearing a sound he couldn't describe. He thought he was losing his mind, until during one full moon, he felt compelled to sing into the darkness. The notes came from nowhere. A hiker passing through recorded it, posted it online, and that song went on to calm refugee children halfway across the world. Elias didn't chase meaning, he aligned with a moment. Do you know how sunflowers behave when the sun disappears? They turn toward each other, sharing warmth and light as if remembering what direction life flows. That's what you're being invited to do, not perform, not produce, but align with the energy that remembers who you were before you were wounded. This moon holds a once-in-generations frequency, not metaphor, literal shift. It will not wait, it will not repeat. If you miss this alignment, your destiny isn't cancelled, but it may be postponed. Because when Spirit sends the invitation and you don't RSVP, the banquet continues without you. Can you afford that delay? Let's be clear. This isn't for everyone. This message, this exact moment, is a royal dispatch for those marked by heaven's highlighter. You've felt it. The pull to simplify, to turn away from glittering distractions, to walk alone if needed. That's not rebellion. That's recalibration. It's not ego. It's assignment. God isn't looking for people with flawless resumes. He's looking for those who've been refined in obscurity, misunderstood, underestimated, rejected, but who never let the oil dry up in their lamps. You are one of them. You're not late. You're not lost. You're just finally aligned. You were never abandoned. Not once. You were being forged. In silence, in shadows, in seasons that looked like nothing was happening. But beneath the surface, foundations were being laid for something so rare that even heaven held its breath. Your delays were not denials. Your wounds weren't disqualifications. They were training grounds. Do you realize that every scar on your heart is now a seal of spiritual authority? That your pain was never pointless but prophetic? So here it is, the clearest message heaven has released in this generation. The call is not coming, it's already here. But will you answer it? No more postponing your voice. No more shrinking into the margins of your own life. You are not just a name in a crowd. You are a living key, and divine doors remain sealed until your yes is spoken aloud. What if heaven's movement is paused, not because God is late, but because you're still hesitating? What parts of you have gone silent, not from peace, but from fear? What if the world's current ache is waiting for your healing to echo? In the book of Esther, when the threat to her people grew unbearable, she didn't volunteer easily. She was terrified. But Mordecai's words were thunder. Who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this? Esther 4:14. Do you see it now? That your timing isn't random, that your positioning is intentional? What if you were born into this chaos because you carry what this moment requires? These are not ordinary days. Time is stretching and collapsing at once. Emotions feel wild, not because you're unstable, but because your spirit is trying to decode instructions being downloaded faster than ever before. This isn't stress. This is spiritual velocity. Like Elijah outrunning Ahab's chariots after fire fell from heaven, 1 Kings 18:46, you're being equipped for speed. Can your logic keep up with your calling? A woman named Isadora from Lisbon spent a decade grieving the death of a child. Silence became her sanctuary. But this year, during what she called a dream soaked in golden fire, she woke up speaking words she'd never heard before, in a language she didn't recognize. Those words, later identified as ancient Hebrew, became the foundation of a song translated and sung by survivors in Jerusalem. She had no plan, she only had obedience. Have you underestimated what your brokenness might become when offered without performance? Jesus said, "You are the light of the world. A city on a hill cannot be hidden." Matthew 5:14. Not, should not, cannot. Your light is not decorative, it's disruptive. And the only way darkness wins is if you dim what heaven placed in you to blaze. What if your hesitation is costing others clarity? Dr. Bernice King, daughter of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and a powerful voice for justice, once said, "Some are waiting for a sign, but sometimes you are the sign." Her words remind us that destiny is not something we wait for. It's something we rise into. Could your presence in the right place be the answer to someone else's silent prayer? Then there's Rafael, a fisherman in southern Chile, whose story is quietly legendary. After surviving a brutal sea storm, he began sketching out visions he saw in the waves. One image, of hands holding back waters, was discovered by a visiting pastor who used it as the emblem for a national disaster relief mission. Raphael never sought a spotlight. He just captured what he saw, and the image became a banner of hope. Watch the hawk in full flight. It doesn't flap frantically. It catches the wind with poise and lets the air do the lifting. That's what's happening now. You're not being asked to strive. You're being asked to surrender into the momentum already building beneath you. But will you trust that you were made for altitude? Everything is accelerating. What once took a decade will now take weeks. What once crawled will now soar. Relationships, revelations, awakenings, all arriving in divine fast forward. You've been feeling off balance because walking is no longer your mode. You were made to fly. And like Peter stepping onto water, it's only impossible until you stop calculating and start moving. Matthew 14:29. God is not launching the qualified, He's qualifying the launched. And your activation isn't future tense, it's now. The trembling you feel isn't weakness, it's spiritual ignition. This isn't a phase. It's a once-in-a-lifetime convergence, a sequence that began before you were born, finally reaching ignition. Don't retreat. Don't delay. Let go of the weight. Let the current take you. This is not the moment to be logical. This is the moment to be light. They're telling you it's a virus, that it's biological, invisible, unstoppable, that what's sweeping through streets, cities, families is merely a medical phenomenon. But beneath that narrative lies a far more insidious invasion. What's truly spreading isn't confined to cells or lungs. It's moving through minds, hijacking spirits, sedating hearts. It's not just sickness, it's submission. And while the headlines scream of symptoms, heaven is whispering of allegiance. What if this isn't just a test of public health, but a war over your worship? Look again. Fear has become currency, confusion a daily diet. Dependency on systems, not on spirit, is the new norm. Why are so many bowing to men with microphones and forgetting the whisper of the Almighty? The deeper contagion is not in the air, it's in the soul. This is not about pandemics, this is about power, the kind that subtly convinces you to surrender what was never theirs to claim, your spiritual sovereignty. Can you still hear God when the world is shouting louder than ever? It's written in Daniel 3, when the furnace was lit and the music played, everyone bowed except three. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego refused to surrender to the golden image of the king, and in their defiance, God didn't keep them from the fire. He entered it with them. Daniel 3:25. Could it be that your resistance is not rebellion, but revelation, that heaven walks closest with those who won't kneel to fear? While society spirals into chaos, the chosen ones, you, are being summoned into sacred stillness. You are not being called to argue theology or defend opinions. You're being called to anchor reality in unshakable truth. The virus may touch bodies, but spiritual apathy devours nations. Have you noticed the world forgetting who they are, children of light, and instead chasing crowns made of likes, titles, and trends? When Aaron crafted the golden calf, the people weren't looking for evil. They were looking for something visible to worship, Exodus 32:1-4. But in doing so, they traded revelation for representation. What golden calves have replaced God's voice in your life? What voices have become louder than the one who designed your destiny? Darren, a school janitor in Ohio, said nothing when lockdowns hit, but he started writing scriptures on post-it notes and sticking them inside students' lockers. Months later, one of those students admitted the verse saved her from taking her life. Darren's job wasn't ministry, but his presence became medicine. Could it be that your unnoticed faithfulness is the antidote someone else has been praying for? Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Romans 12:2. This transformation isn't theory, it's happening now, and it's burning through layers of who you pretended to be, to awaken who you've always been. Have you felt it lately? That inexplicable combination of exhaustion, longing, fire, and divine flow. That's not burnout, that's spiritual combustion. Your cells are catching up to your soul. Katherine Johnson, the brilliant mathematician behind NASA's orbital mechanics, said, "Like what you do, and then you will do your best." But she didn't just like math. She was called to precision. Her excellence pierced through racial and gender barriers because it aligned with something higher. She didn't seek glory. She carried light into systems that feared it. Is your gift meant to shine where others hide? Across the hills of Lebanon, a woman named Rania began gathering children in her backyard during crisis times. She brought no curriculum, only a candle and stories from her grandmother. Over time, those evenings became a circle of healing, a place where trauma broke and laughter returned. She was never ordained. She was simply obedient. Isn't that all God asks? Watch how rivers carve through stone, not by force, but by flow. That's you. You were not sent to push against the world, but to carry a frequency so consistent it reshapes terrain without apology. You are the current. You are the shift. God is not looking for passive consumers of spiritual content. He's calling those who will embody the cure. You are not here to mimic light. You are the light. And while the world runs after solutions, you are becoming the solution. Have you realized yet that what you thought was weakness, your sensitivity, your fatigue, your fire, is actually sacred calibration? The pressure in your body, the racing of your heart, the ache in your chest. These are not symptoms of illness. They are signs of awakening. Your DNA is being retuned to the sound of heaven. Every cell remembers why it was made. And your spirit is burning hotter because your mission is no longer optional. The soul cannot stay silent when God increases the volume of purpose. The hunger rising inside you isn't about food or success or validation. It's the ache for truth, raw, undiluted truth. It's the craving for alignment so clean it burns. Your old life no longer satisfies because it was never meant to feed the version of you that's emerging. And that fire you've been feeling in your chest, that's not anxiety. That's divine combustion. That's what it feels like when God breathes straight into your bones and says, "Now." You're not crumbling, you're cracking open. Can you feel it? That sacred pressure. The discomfort that's not pain but passage. What if the tightness in your chest isn't a breakdown, but the birth canal of your transformation? Are you willing to trust what doesn't feel logical but is deeply spiritual? When Jacob wrestled with the angel at Peniel, he walked away limping, but blessed. Genesis 32:24-30. He wasn't being punished, he was being renamed. Could it be that the limp you've been carrying lately is the signature of your destiny? What if your exhaustion is the echo of heaven restructuring your identity? Now is the time to honor your symptoms, not fear them. Hydrate, breathe, speak life into the body that is hosting your rebirth. Rest, yes, but don't retreat. You are in a growth spurt of the soul, and like gold in fire, this heat is not here to destroy you. It's here to reveal your purity. Will you lean into it, even when it feels unbearable? The moon right now doesn't just glow, it charges the atmosphere. This full moon portal isn't spiritual fluff, it's an encoded season. God often uses nature to announce new beginnings. Just as he used a burning bush to summon Moses, Exodus 3:2. He is now using frequencies in light and vibration to call forth his modern-day deliverers. Are you tuned in? Are you still enough to hear what's being whispered beneath the noise? Gabriel, a retired violinist in Prague, began hearing music in his sleep during a full moon cycle. At first, he ignored it, but then he started transcribing the melodies. Weeks later, his music became the score for a film about grief and healing. It wasn't ambition, it was obedience. Could the inspiration knocking at your heart be part of a divine assignment? You can't receive this next chapter by accident. The frequency is not passive, it's interactive. You must rise to meet it. Set your intentions, cleanse your space, speak your goals aloud, dance beneath the moonlight, fast, pray, write, walk barefoot in nature, breathe in gratitude like oxygen. Why? Because heaven is scanning the earth for those who are awake enough to say yes, not someday. Now, draw near to God, and He will draw near to you. James 4:8. This is not about being perfect, it's about being present. But presence requires purity, fear, jealousy, bitterness, gossip. These are not just emotions, they are frequency blockers. They cloud your reception. And right now, God is transmitting destiny with precision. Will your signal be clear or cluttered? Pastor Sarah Jakes Roberts once said, "God is not intimidated by your brokenness." And she's right. Your worthiness was never in question. The only thing in question is your readiness. Are you still begging for permission, or are you finally ready to possess what's already yours? Across a mountain village in northern Japan, a young woman named Akiko began planting seeds with handwritten prayers in each hole. The locals thought she was odd, but years later, during a national drought, her garden bloomed with supernatural consistency. Scientists couldn't explain it, but she did. "I prayed with my whole body," she said. "Are your prayers just words, or are they movement? Look at how the butterfly emerges. It doesn't climb out with effort. It dissolves in the dark and is restructured by surrender. That's what's happening now. You are not being punished. You're being purified. The separation you've been experiencing isn't rejection. It's refinement. People may be fading from your life, and places that once felt like home now feel foreign. That's not abandonment. That's alignment. Not everyone can go where God is taking you. And that's not cruelty. That's clarity. Will you mourn what's leaving or celebrate what's arriving? This is the great sorting, not by status but by spirit. God is marking His leaders, not the loudest, not the most visible, but the most faithful. Those who choose integrity behind closed doors. Those who say yes to truth when it costs them comfort. Those who move with quiet conviction while the world screams for attention. You're not losing people. You're shedding what cannot carry the weight of your calling. You are not being punished. You are being positioned. And the fire you feel inside, that's God chiseling you into something indestructible. You were never built to blend in. Your existence disrupts patterns, breaks molds, and pierces illusions. You are the interruption the world didn't see coming. The sacred glitch in the matrix, the divine crack in a system designed to lull souls to sleep. And now, more than ever, you must own it with unwavering conviction. God didn't assign you truth just to have you whisper it in empty rooms. In a culture obsessed with image, your authenticity is rebellion. Your integrity is a revolution. But can you stand tall when applause turns to silence? You may find yourself walking alone, not because you're unworthy of company, but because your calling requires uncluttered ground. What if the isolation isn't punishment, but preparation? What if your solitude is the soil where sacred clarity begins to bloom? Do you recognize that sensation when your voice deepens with knowing? When decisions feel like instinct instead of anxiety? That's not coincidence. That's alignment. And you're stepping into it not by chance, but by orchestration from realms unseen. The spiritual fog is lifting. The veil between dimensions is thinner than ever. You are hearing sharper, feeling deeper, knowing faster. This isn't hustle energy. This is holy energy. You're not chasing anymore. You're attracting, not because of charisma, but because of resonance. Can you accept that you are becoming a magnet for everything your prayers whispered in the dark? When the Apostle Paul was struck blind on the road to Damascus, it looked like a setback. But in that blindness, he received the blueprint of his mission. Acts 9:3-9. What feels like confusion in your life may actually be divine recalibration. What if your breakdown is your breakthrough in disguise? People, ideas, opportunities, love, they're all flowing toward you now, but they aren't chasing the version of you that performed or pretended. They are seeking the radiant frequency of your truth. Can you handle being fully seen? Can you let the masks fall, even if it means being misunderstood? The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. You are glowing now, and your radiance is making shadows tremble. The attacks you've been feeling lately, the doubt projected onto you, that's not failure. That's feedback. Heaven is confirming that your glow is no longer optional, and neither is your rise. Fatima, a poet from Morocco, was once told her words were too intense, too spiritual, too raw. For years she self-censored, but one night she read her uncensored truth at a small cafe. A tourist translated her lines into German, and months later her poem became the centerpiece at a peace summit in Berlin. She never forced her moment. She simply stopped shrinking. What are you holding back that the world desperately needs? God told Jeremiah, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you, and before you were born, I set you apart." Jeremiah 1:5. You were never meant to be a replica. You were chosen to be a rupture, a divine interruption to cycles that needed breaking. Have you been trying to dim what heaven is demanding you to display? Oprah Winfrey once said, "When you know who you are, you don't need to prove anything to anyone." Her journey wasn't void of ridicule, it was forged by it. She became luminous not by chasing favor, but by embodying truth. Could it be that the very thing you're being mocked for is the part of you that heaven anointed? In a coastal town in Iceland, a woman named Elizabeth ran a silent tea house where guests were asked not to speak. She believed silence was medicine. One guest, grieving and skeptical, came in to escape a storm. He left weeping changed. He later wrote, "Her silence healed me louder than 1,000 words." Elizabeth never raised her voice, but her energy did the talking. What is your presence saying even when you say nothing? Look at a volcano just before eruption. Still, majestic, unshaken. No one sees the pressure building inside, but the shift is inevitable. That's you right now. You're carrying energy too vast to be contained by familiarity. And not everyone will understand it. That's okay. Their discomfort is not your call to dim. It's their invitation to awaken. You're not entering a chapter. You're stepping into a river, fast, wild, holy. But rivers don't apologize for their current. Neither should you. Let yourself be carried by divine rhythm. Stop trying to explain your frequency to those who are still dialed into fear. You are the mirror, and mirrors are rarely welcomed by those avoiding their own reflection. Some will question your motives. Others will label your growth as arrogance. That's not rejection. It's revelation. You are glowing now, and not everyone is ready to see what your light exposes. Let them misunderstand. Let them judge. But don't you dare dim. Don't shrink your flame to keep others warm. Don't hush your truth just because it unsettles those committed to illusion. You weren't made to dim. You were made to blaze. Your presence was sculpted in fire, and your light doesn't need permission to burn. Can you see what's happening around you? Why is it that the moment you step into your power, resistance increases? Why do their whispers get louder just as your soul begins to sing? Because the closer you get to divine alignment, the more the noise rises. But noise is not threat, it's confirmation. The attacks are proof that something inside you is activating frequencies that darkness cannot decipher. You are not here to retaliate, you are here to radiate. Let their judgment deepen your humility. Let their gossip polish your grace. Let their doubt fuel your discipline. What if every enemy is just an unwilling witness to your awakening? No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. This promise isn't metaphor, it's strategy. Heaven isn't just behind you. Heaven is your armor. You've been sent to be a signal in a generation drowning in signals with no soul. And in a world reaching for influencers and microphones, God is raising those whose power isn't in their platform, but in their presence. Are you willing to lead without applause? You don't need a title. Your clarity is your credential. Your alignment is your authority. When you walk into a room, you don't have to introduce yourself. Your frequency speaks first. When you release truth, it doesn't just inform, it transforms. When you operate from spirit, heaven responds. And miracles, they're not reserved for the elite. They flow through the obedient. Could it be that the miracles you're waiting to witness are waiting on your courage? When Deborah rose as a judge in Israel, she didn't ask permission. She was a wife, a prophetess, a warrior, and when no man would lead, she did. Judges 4:4-10. Her authority didn't come from status, but from surrender. What if you are the Deborah of your generation, holding strategies not for applause, but for alignment? Michaela, a young barista in Melbourne, started scribbling encouraging phrases on coffee cup sleeves, quietly, anonymously. A video of one of her messages went viral. The world may forget your name, but heaven never has. That cup landed in the hands of a grieving widow who had just asked God for a sign. Michaela didn't preach, she poured. What small act of obedience could become someone else's divine interruption? When the foundations are being destroyed, what can the righteous do? Psalm 11:3. The answer is simple: rise. When the old scripts collapse, it's not disaster, it's divine editing. You weren't built to follow familiar paths. You were made to pioneer new ones. The life that's unraveling isn't a mistake. It's a holy undoing. Can you bless the chaos, knowing it's construction in disguise? Sir Ken Robinson, educational visionary and author, once said, "If you're not prepared to be wrong, you'll never come up with anything original." His legacy wasn't built on fear, but on sacred disruption. He dared to challenge systems, not for rebellion's sake, but for restoration. Could your discomfort be the first sign that you're finally living from your true blueprint? In a quiet town near the Canadian border, a man named Elias spent years carving wood by hand. No shop, no online store, just trees and time. He believed his hands heard from God. One sculpture, a lion with wings, ended up on the desk of a global non-profit leader who later used it as the emblem for a justice campaign. Elias never planned to be seen, he just stayed aligned. Could it be that what you build in silence becomes a symbol for nations? You are not in transition, you are in transformation, and transformation doesn't ask for comfort, it asks for surrender. Watch how a snake sheds its skin, slowly, silently, inevitably. It doesn't panic, it doesn't hold on. It allows the old layer to fall so the new can breathe. What are you still clinging to that your soul has already outgrown? In the next 7 days, expect divine interruptions. People may exit, plans may crumble. But what if all of that isn't loss, it's leverage? What if your breakdown is really a blueprint, revealing what was never built on truth? Are you willing to welcome the plot twist? Don't fight the shift. Don't mourn the noise. Flow with the current, even when it feels like chaos. God is writing a new script. And the wildest part, you're becoming everything you once feared was too good to be true. You've been feeling strange lately, haven't you? Like your entire being is under construction, wired but weary, glowing one moment and weeping the next. A hunger that isn't physical, a tiredness that sleep doesn't touch. You are not malfunctioning. You are transforming. What you're experiencing isn't dysfunction, it's divine design. This is what it looks like when a soul steps into frequency faster than the body is used to. Your nervous system is stretching. Your breath is recalibrating. Your spirit is expanding. Could this discomfort be proof that you're finally becoming the version of yourself you were born to remember? What if the exhaustion isn't depletion, but download? What if the ache in your chest isn't anxiety, but the tremble of new power activating your heart space? You're not falling apart. You're shedding. Think of it like a caterpillar dissolving completely into mush before becoming a butterfly. You are in the sacred in-between, no longer what you were, but not yet what you're becoming. Will you honor this process, even when it feels like too much? When Jesus took Peter, James, and John up the mountain, he didn't just pray, he transfigured. His face shone like the sun, and his clothes became light. Matthew 17:2. What if your weirdness right now is the prelude to radiance? What if the tremors in your soul are preparing you for your own mountaintop moment? These waves you feel pulsing through your system, they aren't random. They're sacred signals. Your body is being initiated into holding more light, more revelation, more authority. Let the shaking rise. Let the emotions move through. Don't suppress. Don't analyze. Don't medicate the mystery. Let the emergence complete itself. Because when the dust settles, you won't just feel different, you'll be different. You'll look at the old version of you and wonder how you ever fit inside such a small container. There's a portal open right now, not symbolic, not imaginary, but tangible in the spirit. It's a collision point, and it's time sensitive. It's the kind of window that shifts lifetimes. But you must choose. Are you willing to step forward without proof? Can you move before you're certain, trusting that your readiness has already been seen from above? When Moses stood before the burning bush, he wasn't given a map, he was given a moment. Exodus 3:2-12. A divine appointment that didn't make sense, yet demanded obedience. Could this week be your bush on fire moment? A disruption disguised as destiny? In the Philippines, a woman named Talia, a school principal, began waking at 3:33 a.m. with a clear inner voice saying only, "Prepare." She started writing down her ideas in the dark. Within months, she implemented a new educational model that tripled literacy rates in rural areas. She never had a strategy, just surrender. What if your instructions are already encoded inside your restlessness? Author and mystic Clarissa Pinkola Estes once said, "We are all filled with a longing for the wild, for what is real." Her work taught millions to trust their inner alchemy, and like her, your longing is not dysfunction. It's guidance. Could it be that your craving for more is proof that your soul is nearing its breakthrough? Be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Romans 12:2. This isn't theoretical, it's physiological. Your neurons are being rewired to host higher clarity. Your thoughts are becoming highways for the divine. But every thought you entertain either prepares you or prevents you from stepping into the next octave of your purpose. What beliefs are you still carrying that are too small for the future waiting at your doorstep? You're not waiting on destiny. Destiny is waiting on your decision. This week is not ordinary. It is encoded. Every prayer you've whispered, every tear you've shed, every storm you've survived has led to this convergence. Are you ready to say out loud what your soul has been screaming silently for years? Speak it now. I am ready. Release the past, not because it was bad, but because it's no longer yours. Embrace the unknown, not because it's safe, but because it's sacred. Trust the rising current. Trust the ache. Trust the burning. This is not chaos. This is calibration. A glacier doesn't melt all at once. It breaks, cracks, groans, then surrenders. And beneath its collapse, new rivers are born. That's you. Your old structure is making room for flow. You're not stepping into another week. You're stepping into a sacred sequence, a divine rewrite, a cosmic rebirth. And the twist? You don't just become who you hope to be. You become what you were afraid was never possible. You may feel as though the world is resting heavy on your shoulders, your body weary, your mind foggy, your emotions like ocean waves crashing against invisible cliffs. But this is not collapse, it's contraction. This is not the end, it's the final pressure before the breakthrough. What if the heaviness you feel isn't failure, but the friction of transformation? What if your soul is expanding faster than your body knows how to process? Every chosen vessel is refined before being revealed. Every elevation demands endurance. And what you're sensing now, that unshakable tension in your chest, the weight behind your eyes, the strange tremors in your body, it's not a dysfunction. Function is its divine preparation. You're not breaking down, you're breaking open, and the light is already leaking through the cracks. Think of Esther, silent and hidden in a foreign palace, trembling in the tension of knowing her moment had arrived. She didn't feel ready, but the survival of her people was tied to her courage. Esther 4:13-14. What if your weariness is evidence that the magnitude of your assignment is closer than you think? Are you mislabeling labor pains as breakdown? This isn't burnout, it's birthing. You are carrying the weight of something sacred. That ache in your bones isn't weakness, it's legacy. So let the tears come, let the laughter erupt, let the contradictions dance in you like thunderclouds and lightning bolts. That's not chaos. That's convergence. You may find yourself waking in the middle of the night with your heart racing. You may feel moments of time bending, conversations becoming portals, seconds feeling like hours, dreams bleeding into daylight. This isn't fantasy. This is frequency. You've entered a divine corridor where time folds and destiny accelerates. Those who wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. Isaiah 40:31. You're not being stalled. You're being synchronized with a speed only heaven can authorize. And what once seemed far is rushing toward you like a river released from a dam. Are you ready to receive what you stopped praying for because it felt too delayed? In Uganda, a young boy named Emmanuel began sketching images in the dirt during church services. At first, people thought he was distracted, but a visitor noticed his symbols matched ancient Aramaic letters. His village later became the site of a school for spiritual language studies, built around Emmanuel's gift. He wasn't disobedient, he was attuned. Could your distractions be divine downloads you've misunderstood? Dr. Jill Bolter Taylor, a Harvard-trained neuroanatomist, famously experienced a stroke that silenced the logical half of her brain. In that stillness, she felt one with God. I had found nirvana, she said. Her brain shut down, but her spirit awakened. Her recovery wasn't just medical, it was mystical. What if your disorientation isn't disorder, but the rewiring of your entire inner world? The early church gathered in one accord when the Spirit fell like fire. Acts 2:1-4. It didn't happen in motion, it happened in presence. Right now, your nervous system is syncing with your assignment. Your cells are learning to hold revelation without short-circuiting. This is a calibration of spirit, mind, and flesh. Will you stay alert in the waiting? This is the storm before your elevation. And storms aren't punishments, they are passages. The thunder you feel isn't a threat. It's a trumpet. Time is moving differently now. You may feel like you're surfing something invisible. That's because you are. When spirit moves faster than logic, the only option is surrender. Watch how hummingbirds move, impossibly fast, yet in full control. They don't race, they align. You are being taught to live at light speed without losing clarity. This isn't adrenaline, it's anointing. But can you remain calm in divine acceleration? Every lesson you were meant to learn in a year is now arriving in a week. Every truth you avoided is now demanding your attention. Every seed you planted, seen and unseen, is suddenly sprouting. But with this acceleration comes responsibility. You must stay vigilant. You must stay clean. Distractions that used to entertain now endanger. Patterns that once comforted now constrict. Are you willing to release what no longer moves in rhythm with your next season? You will be invited into sacred conversations, ones you didn't plan but have waited lifetimes to speak. You will meet people who feel familiar, as if written into your soul before time began. You will encounter signs, synchronicities, and divine coincidences so exact they'll feel like messages hidden in plain sight. Don't dismiss them, don't overthink them, just flow. See, I'm doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? Isaiah 43:19. The new thing is not just around you, it's in you, and it's no longer waiting, it's arriving. This isn't just a week. This is a spiritual acceleration chamber, a corridor between who you were and who you were prophesied to become. Let go of the clock. Let go of your need to understand. Let go of fear that whispers, too much, too fast. You were built for this. Your future isn't someday, it's now. Something unusual is about to happen. Not dramatic, not visible, but unmistakably real. One morning, you'll rise and realize the weight is gone. The sadness you carried like a second skin will no longer sting. The doubts won't echo as loud. The old fear-based voices in your mind will have faded into whispers. And you'll ask, what changed? But nothing around you will look different. Because the shift didn't come from outside, it came from within. You let go. You stopped clutching old identities, inherited shame, outdated truths. And the release was so deep, your body finally exhaled. Could it be that your freedom was always waiting for your permission? The ache in your back, the tingling in your arms, the fatigue that hits you mid-sentence. They aren't signs of weakness, they are sacred signals. Your soul has been detoxing not just from food, but from memory, from emotional debris passed down through generations, from beliefs you never agreed to, but absorbed like breath. This is not illness, this is clearing. Your body is purging density to make room for light. Can you allow the ache without labeling it wrong? Remember the woman with the issue of blood who touched the hem of Jesus' garment? She didn't scream, she didn't ask. She reached and healing flowed. Luke 8:43-48. Her miracle wasn't loud, it was aligned. What if your healing doesn't require effort but frequency? In the next few days, you might feel dreamy, floaty, even untethered. Not because you're escaping, but because you're arriving into higher awareness, into 5D divine flow. Don't try to fix it. Don't rush to ground it. Your spirit has been waiting lifetimes for this release. You're not drifting, you're ascending. And the old rules don't apply here. You're not becoming someone else. You're returning to who you were before the world taught you to shrink. That peace rising in your chest, that clarity you can't quite explain, that unshakable knowing, even in the middle of the unknown. That's your rebirth. You are being unchained, unburdened, unprogrammed. And when the last remnant of the old you dissolves, what remains will feel eternal. What if this isn't the end of a chapter, but the beginning of the real you? Where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. 2 Corinthians 3:17. This freedom isn't a mood. It's not forced positivity. It's not escape. It's revelation. It's stepping into soul authenticity so powerful that even your ancestors sigh with relief. Do you realize how many lifetimes longed for what you're now embodying? Isaiah, a boy in Nigeria, began writing down strings of numbers he kept seeing in dreams. 3:33, 11:11, 7:7. His mother thought little of it until a visiting missionary noticed the numbers matched biblical chapter references that, when read in order, formed a prophetic message. Isaiah didn't try to be spiritual, he simply didn't ignore the signs. Are you watching closely enough to recognize the whispers from heaven? Steve Harvey, beloved comedian and speaker, once shared how he kept seeing 222 on clocks and documents for years before his breakthrough. He later called it a divine code and said that learning to trust unexplainable signs changed everything. Could your repeated numbers be more than coincidence? Could they be breadcrumb trails from angels? God doesn't always shout. Sometimes he encodes. A glance at a receipt, a license plate, a lyric on the radio that pierces you mid-drive. These are not random. They are woven. Every synchronicity is a pulse from the eternal, a wink from the Spirit. Call to me and I will answer you and tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know. Jeremiah 33:3. What if the answers you seek have already been speaking, not in language, but in alignment? Nature speaks too. Monarch butterflies before migration gather in silence, feeling an invisible cue that it's time to rise. They don't rush, they respond. You are feeling the same pull, a silent urgency to move, to follow the lighted path, even when you can't see where it leads. Are you willing to trust what you can't yet name? In a small town in Greece, a woman named Thalia began keeping a notebook of every odd phrase or symbol she encountered. Numbers, dreams, overheard conversations. Years later, that notebook became a blueprint for her spiritual center, now guiding thousands through awakening. She never waited for approval. She listened and wrote and trusted. So start writing. Speak what you hear. Follow what feels aligned. Your path is being revealed, one sacred symbol at a time. Don't dismiss the whispers. Don't ignore the numbers. Don't laugh off the dreams. What if each one is part of a map you didn't know you needed? The veil is thinning. The guides are speaking. Your ancestors are closer than ever. The time for doubt has passed. You're not being toyed with. You're being led. And this time, if you listen, if you follow, if you trust, you'll arrive at something more beautiful than you thought possible. The fire is coming, not to destroy, but to awaken. It will arrive like a sudden warmth in your chest, a spark dancing down your spine, a subtle quiver in your fingertips. It won't feel like fear. It will feel like purpose finally breaking through your bones. This isn't panic. This isn't sickness. This is ignition. The divine flame that has waited in silence for generations is now stepping forward. Can you feel it humming beneath your ribs? That undeniable sense that something ancient inside you is saying, it's time. You've waited patiently. You've walked cold corridors of silence and doubt. But God is not whispering anymore. He's roaring inside your ribcage. You are no longer being nudged. You are being set ablaze. And with that fire will come an intensity you cannot manage, only surrender to. You'll feel more alive, more charged, more full of holy urgency than you've ever known. But are you ready to burn with a flame that will not be tamed? This fire is not chaotic. It is catalytic. You'll feel boldness rise without warning. Words will leap from your mouth with surprising clarity. Your hands will ache to build, your spirit to serve, your mind to dream in technicolor. Is this madness? Number. This is the moment when your spirit reclaims leadership over your personality, when the real you, the chosen, the sealed, the called, finally steps into full expression. When Jeremiah tried to hold back his words, he confessed, "His word is in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones. I am weary of holding it in. Indeed, I cannot." Jeremiah 29. What if your fire isn't optional? What if suppressing it is what caused the sadness all along? You might find yourself crying for no reason, laughing mid-prayer, shouting in the middle of a quiet moment. Don't judge it. Don't run. This is emotional purging. The soul has its own tides. These waves you're riding are not regressions. The release. Every tear is sacred water. Every tremble is truth surfacing. For years you've carried guilt, betrayal, ancestral pain, hidden shame, layered into your energy like invisible armor. And now, under the pressure of divine fire, it's melting. When David danced before the Ark of the Covenant, he didn't care who was watching. He became undignified in the eyes of man, but holy in the sight of heaven. 2 Samuel 6:14-22. Are you willing to move your body like healing depends on it? Are you willing to shout, cry, spin, groan, if it means clearing what has haunted your bloodline? In Argentina, a woman named Marisol once walked nightly through her village with no destination. She said she felt something pulling energy from her spine. One night she collapsed in the street, weeping uncontrollably. A neighbor helped her inside. That moment, though strange, led to months of physical and emotional purging, and she now runs a home for women healing from trauma. What if the breakdown you're fearing is the portal to a life you were born to carry? Let the fire rise. Let it burn away your hesitation, your need for approval, your fear of being too much. This fire will not consume you. It will consume only what was never yours to carry. You are not meant to cool down anymore. You are meant to glow. Even Jesus, in his final moments before his greatest breakthrough, was in agony, sweating blood in Gethsemane. Luke 22:44. The fire of purpose burns most fiercely right before the shift. What if your restlessness is not weakness, but sacred combustion? Beyoncé, during her Coachella performance, said in a documentary, "I had to rebuild myself, mind, body, and spirit." Her fire wasn't aesthetic, it was anchored in identity. Her glow came from grief, from labor, from the courage to rise, reborn. Could your fire be the same, built not in spotlight, but in surrender? A forest after a wildfire doesn't die, it regenerates. Seeds buried deep crack open in the heat. New life springs from the ashes. That's you now. Your soul has reached the temperature of transformation. But will you let the heat finish its work? So write your thoughts, shout your grief, dance in your living room, lay flat on the floor. Let your body express what your words cannot articulate, because when it's done, you won't just feel better, you'll be new. This is not emotional chaos. This is soul surgery. And when it's complete, you'll emerge lighter, clearer, and more spiritually aligned than you've ever been. And your outer world, watch how it shifts. Because when the inside is purified, heaven rushes in to match it. People change, doors open, time bends. Life becomes less a struggle and more a song. Will you trust the heat long enough to let the melody return? You are not the fire's victim. You are its carrier. And when the smoke clears, the earth will know you by your light. A strange pull is beginning to surface, but it's not confusion. It's remembering. As you walk into spaces that feel oddly familiar, as you speak with strangers who stir something ancient in your soul, you're not imagining it. You're not off. You're waking up. That sense of déjà vu, it's not just repetition, it's recognition. Your soul has walked these crossroads before, in lifetimes and realms beyond logic. And now, the veil is lifting. The memories are returning. Do you feel it? That inner ache that says, I've been here before, but this time something's different. You're not broken. You're recalling. Your spirit is whispering, you were prepared for this. Why do you think certain phrases echo so deeply inside, as if they've been carved into your bones long before this body? Why do you think some dreams feel more real than your waking hours? What if your current path is not new but chosen, long ago in sacred alignment with your calling? Daniel, the prophet, once dreamed dreams and saw visions that troubled him deeply. Images no one else understood, yet they were divine messages. Daniel 7:1-28. Could the vivid images haunting your sleep be encoded wisdom, hidden within you for this very hour? What if your night visions are not strange but sacred, not figments but fragments of a larger mission now reactivating? In the coming days, you may feel like time is folding. You'll hear conversations that feel scripted, glimpse symbols that stir your spine. The veil between past and present, between human and holy, is now thinner than ever. Don't brush these moments off. This is not nostalgia. This is destiny reminding you that it never forgot. A young man in Peru named Mateo once described hearing music in his dreams, music he had never heard but could hum perfectly the next morning. He started writing it down, melody after melody. Later, researchers from a sound therapy institute discovered that his music matched the frequency patterns used in ancient temple rituals, long lost to modern history. Could it be that your memories are not yours alone, but echoes from a mission larger than any single lifetime? These are not hallucinations. These are activations. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you, God said to Jeremiah, Jeremiah 1:5. What if you're not discovering your path? You're remembering it. Oprah Winfrey, speaking to a graduating class, once said, "Your calling is not just what you do, it's who you are." She shared how she never chased fame. She followed alignment, and everything that was meant for her found her. Once she stopped striving and started surrendering. Could it be that your striving is blocking the very grace trying to reach you? The energy you carry now is magnetic, not because you've pushed harder, but because you've cleared the noise. You used to chase attention, validation, connection, but chasing is exhausting. And now something inside you is choosing stillness, because stillness attracts what chaos repels. Can you allow what's meant for you to find you without forcing it? Even Jesus in the wilderness did not strive to prove himself. He remained aligned, refusing to turn stones into bread just to satisfy a challenge. Matthew 4:1-11. Alignment, not approval, is where true power flows. Could your discipline be the door to your divine timing? In nature, sunflowers don't chase the sun. They turn to it naturally, rhythmically, by design. They align, and because of that, they thrive. The same energy is asking to rise in you. Will you allow yourself to simply face the light and let what's yours find its way home? You may wake in the night at 1:11 or 4:44, see repeating numbers, feel drawn to places you've never visited. This is not superstition. This is synchronization. Your higher self, your spirit team, your creator, all whispering in unison, remember who you are. You're not entering a new season. You're stepping into a timeline that's been waiting for your awareness. This isn't your first time standing before this mountain, but this time you're climbing with fire in your bones, with wisdom in your hands, with heaven in your lungs. You're becoming magnetic. You don't need to run, convince, or plead. You simply need to be. Be still, be aligned, be whole. And the things that once seemed out of reach will now find you. Not because you chased them, but because you finally became the version of yourself they were designed to meet. And now, beloved chosen one, the remembering is complete. What stirred quietly in your soul has now roared into revelation. You no longer stand at the edge of awakening. You are in it, fully, boldly, eternally. The signs you've seen, the tears you've cried, the fire you've carried, none of it was random. It was rehearsal for this exact moment. You are not walking into the unknown. You are walking into what your soul always knew. You were born for this. You came not to follow, not to fade, but to flame. You are the divine interruption in a world asleep. You are the voice, the light, the crack where heaven breaks through. Every shift you felt, the dreams, the heat, the pressure, the longing, has led you here. And now you must decide, will you stay in the old version of safety, or will you rise into the new blueprint written on your spirit? The doors have opened. The codes have activated. This timeline will not wait. The portals you walk through in these coming days will determine the legacies you leave behind. So speak with fire, walk with holiness, rest without guilt, and love like eternity is watching, because it is. If you've felt alone in this journey, you're not. This space, this channel, this calling, it's a sanctuary for souls like yours. So if this message spoke to your spirit, if it stirred something ancient and sacred in you, I invite you to take action in the realm where it matters most. Like this video so others can find it. Share it with someone whose soul needs to awaken. Comment below. Your voice matters more than you know. Subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss another divine moment. And if you feel led to sow back into this work, you can do so through super thanks. Every gesture, big or small, helps keep this sacred space burning bright. Whether you give or not, thank you, deeply, truly. Your presence here is already a gift. Your energy, your heart, your faith, they are felt, honored, and held with reverence. Now go. Walk like the heavens are watching because they are. Speak like the earth is listening because it is. And rise like your destiny is depending on it because it always has. May you walk in light. May your path be clear. May your spirit remain open, wild, and holy. And may you always, always remember you are chosen and you are becoming everything you were sent here to be. Amen.
There's something your future self knows, something life-altering. And until you hear it, a piece of you will always feel unsettled. You were drawn to this moment not for comfort, but because a hidden truth is about to break through everything you thought you understood. You didn't stumble upon this message by accident. You were divinely led here, and I need you to believe that with every ounce of your soul. If you're able, close your eyes for just a moment and listen closely. There's a version of you standing in the future, stronger and wiser, whispering back through time. They've walked through fire. They've endured nights so long it felt like the sun forgot to rise. And still they're speaking to you now with the kind of clarity you've been praying for. That tightness you feel in your chest, that quiet ache you can't quite name. I see it. More importantly, he sees it. You've carried that invisible weight for so long, it started to feel like part of you. But your future self is begging you to stop and remember who you are. Before we go any further, if any of this is stirring something deep inside you, if it feels like it was written exactly for you, comment 777 below. It lets me know you're here, you're listening, and you're ready. And to those of you who've been pouring into this ministry with your prayers, support, and super, thanks. I see you, I honor you, and I'm beyond grateful. You are helping this message reach those who need it most. Take a deep breath, because what comes next might not be easy to hear, but it might just be the very thing you've been waiting for your whole life. God's chosen ones. Here's the truth your future self begs you to know. Let me speak to the part of you that already knows the truth. Truth that's been buried under layers of daily chaos, quiet insecurities, and unspoken doubts. I am you, resonating from a dimension where your confusion has crystallized into clarity, where your what-ifs have calcified into sacred geometry like stars arranged by the divine hand, sketching a map that only the future version of you can read. I recognize the way your mind spins late at night, turning questions into loops. Why hasn't it happened yet? Did I miss the sign? I hear those private negotiations you hold in silence, the internal dialogues that feel like echoes bouncing off an invisible wall. But here's what you've forgotten. Every fragment of uncertainty is part of your becoming. The unease, the ache, the waiting, they are not symptoms of being broken. They are signals, indicators, a tectonic shift beneath the surface of your soul. David, the future king, wandered the wilderness for years before he ever touched the throne. He was anointed, but not yet appointed. He slayed Goliath, yet still fled for his life. Can you see the paradox? His delay wasn't denial, it was divine incubation. Like you, he had to walk through shadow to grow into sovereignty. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. Psalm 34:18. You call it being lost, but what if that's just how spiritual GPS recalibrates when you're being rerouted to a timeline that's more aligned with your purpose? What if the pain isn't punishment but pressure, building up the internal architecture necessary to hold the weight of your assignment? In quantum physics, there's a phenomenon known as quantum tunneling, where particles seemingly pass through barriers that should be impassable. Maybe your soul is doing exactly that, phasing through impossibility while your conscious mind is still catching up. And let us not forget, we know that all things work together for good to them that love God, to them who are the called according to his purpose. Romans 8:28. Maya Lin, the visionary architect behind the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, once said, "To fly, we have to have resistance." And look, her minimalist, controversial design faced backlash, rejection, and even threats. But it is now one of the most emotionally resonant monuments in modern history. Sometimes being misunderstood is the greatest confirmation that you're building something the world doesn't yet have language for. But not everyone follows that call. Consider Elizabeth Holmes, the once celebrated entrepreneur behind Theranos. She weaponized, narrative-projected vision, but lacked the moral infrastructure to sustain it. Her downfall wasn't just a scandal, it was a cautionary tale. When your external frequency outruns your internal calibration, collapse becomes inevitable. Whoever walks in integrity walks securely, but whoever takes crooked paths will be found out. Proverbs 10:9. Meanwhile, somewhere in Morocco, a girl named Sanaa walks to school every day across broken roads and dust storms. She doesn't know she's a prodigy yet, but each time she solves a complex equation in her worn-out notebook, she shifts the trajectory of her bloodline. No applause, no headlines, just purpose in motion, cloaked in the mundane. Like you, the caterpillar dissolves into biological chaos before it becomes a butterfly. Its DNA literally rewrites itself inside the cocoon. It's not dying. It's transmuting. So maybe what feels like your breakdown is actually your bioenergetic upgrade. Maybe you're not behind. Maybe you're just rebooting on a higher frequency, one your past self couldn't even perceive. Behold, I will do a new thing. Now it shall spring forth. Shall ye not know it? Isaiah 43:19. Every detour, every delay is data, not wasted time. In neuroscience, neuroplasticity teaches us that the brain rewires itself through repeated friction and effort. So, what if the struggle isn't the block? It's the blueprint. Though he fall, he shall not be cast headlong, for the Lord upholds his hand. Psalm 37:24. You are not broken. You are unfolding. And here's the question your future self keeps whispering across time. What if the thing you're begging God to remove is the very thing he's using to make you unshakable? Every emotion pulsing through you right now is not an interruption. It's a transmission, a signal, a resonant frequency pulling you into alignment with something far beyond what your five senses can decode. You aren't stuck. You're in metamorphosis. Emotions aren't walls, they're bridges pulsing with data from your inner world, scaffolding the unseen structure of who you're becoming. You've felt it, haven't you? That uncanny pull towards something you can't quite name. A future you haven't seen, but somehow already recognize. Like the moment a song lyric hits you so precisely, it feels less like coincidence and more like prophecy. Like how the number 111 keeps appearing everywhere, or how a moment of silence suddenly feels heavier than any conversation you've ever had. Deep calls unto deep at the noise of thy waterspouts. Psalm 42:7. What you're feeling is spiritual resonance, your soul's echo meeting its source. Nothing you're noticing is random. That flood of emotion you sometimes dismiss as oversensitivity is actually your soul operating on a higher empathic bandwidth, attuning into divine code. This life you're walking through isn't chaos. It's a waveform, a pattern, a kind of sacred calculus where every variable is designed to teach, awaken, rewire. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delighteth in his way. Psalm 37:23. You are part of that rhythm. You are not a mistake in the algorithm. And that strange exhaustion you feel when you try to fit in with the world's pace, that's what happens when you run on frequencies too low for your calling. In neuroscience, we learn that emotions are stored as somatic imprints, biochemical patterns that encode our responses. But for you, those emotions are more than imprints. They are blueprints, mapping not just survival, but expansion. When you cry, you aren't breaking, you're decoding. When you feel fear, you aren't weak, you're discerning spiritual interference. And here's what proves that truth. Elijah, the prophet of fire, once sat beneath a broom tree and begged for death, not because he lacked faith, but because he had felt too much for too long. And in that moment of total depletion, God didn't condemn him. Instead, he sent an angel to feed him. Arise and eat, for the journey is too great for you. 1 Kings 19:7. Your overwhelming emotions aren't proof of failure. They're evidence that you are carrying something heavy, sacred, necessary. Clara, a marine biologist in northern Iceland, every time she dove beneath the freezing currents, she claimed she could hear the whales' energy before their sounds even reached her ears. What others called hallucination, she called spiritual sonar. And it wasn't madness. It was intuition, honed through solitude and sensitivity. Just like you. Now, contrast that with Jordan Belfort, the infamous Wolf of Wall Street, a man driven by impulse and unchecked emotion. He ignored every internal signal, numbed every divine warning. His eventual collapse wasn't just financial, it was moral erosion. There is a way that seemeth right unto a man, but the end thereof are the ways of death. Proverbs 14:12. Emotions without discernment become destruction. You, however, are learning to listen, even to the discomfort, especially to the discomfort, because what you feel now is not your enemy, it's your evolutionary interface. When trees feel under attack, they emit chemical distress signals through their roots that alert other trees in the forest. That's how ecosystems protect themselves. Your anxiety, it's your root system trying to send a message before the damage spreads. There will be moments when your awareness feels like too much, when the noise of the world overwhelms your nervous system and your soul feels like it's unraveling at the seams. But God is not the author of confusion, but of peace. 1 Corinthians 14:33. And even when your mind can't translate what your spirit is absorbing, your transformation is still happening in silence. So, when your thoughts race and your heart trembles, do not recoil. Ask yourself this: what if this discomfort is not punishment, but preparation for a capacity you didn't know you could hold? Your tears are sacred mathematics. Your fears are blueprints for bravery. Your chaos is not the end. It's the birthplace of your new creation. And that awareness pulsing in your chest, that is not weakness. That is power in its rawest, purest form. Do you ever stop mid-breath and wonder why the tiniest, most unassuming things have the ability to crack you wide open? Why a passing phrase clings to your ribs like an echo from another dimension? Why you can sense disappointment in the air before anyone admits a thing? It's not because you're weak. It's not because you're fragile. It's because you are wired differently. You don't just live in the world, you interpret it. You're a living, breathing receptor of energetic data. Your nervous system picks up frequencies others ignore, translating them into meaning before they even fully form. That moment you walk into a room and feel the tension before a single word is spoken. That's limbic resonance at work, your body registering subtle shifts in energy and translating them into emotion before your intellect catches up. It's not anxiety, it's attunement. For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. 2 Timothy 1:7. Your sensitivity isn't an accident. It's your instrument. It allows you to notice the micro shifts that shape macro realities. Where others skim the surface, you're reading between the lines of spiritual code. That's why certain words wound you deeply, because you're not hearing just the syllables. You're hearing the intention behind them. Your soul knows how to decode vibrations. Psychologically speaking, your mirror neurons are hyperactive. They don't just help you imitate behavior, they compel you to embody another person's pain, joy, or grief. But spiritually speaking, it's more than empathy. It's intercession in motion. You carry weight that was never yours, just so someone else can feel a little lighter. Take the biblical story of Jeremiah, the weeping prophet. His anguish wasn't a sign of spiritual failure. It was his calling. Oh, that my head were waters, and mine eyes a fountain of tears. Jeremiah 9:1. He didn't cry because he lacked faith. He cried because he carried revelation, and so do you. And yes, sometimes this depth makes life heavier. It costs you clarity. It costs you peace. But it also makes life more vivid. You taste more, feel more, see more. And that intensity isn't a burden. It's a form of divine participation. Like stargazing without a telescope, seeing what others cannot, because your soul is already there. There's a girl named Malia in southern Kenya. She speaks only when necessary, yet her eyes tell whole stories. One day she walked past a dying acacia tree and whispered a prayer. A week later, the villagers noticed fresh sprouts. They called it coincidence. She called it alignment. Not with magic, but with memory, the memory of how things were before they were broken. Now contrast that with Adam Newman, the founder of WeWork, celebrated for his charisma, adored for his vision, but dangerously disconnected from emotional accountability. He sensed energy, but twisted it for control. His fall wasn't from ambition. It was from emotional blindness. He who trusts in himself is a fool, but he who walks in wisdom is kept safe. Proverbs 28:26. Octopuses have nervous systems that allow them to sense danger in their environment. Through distributed intelligence, they feel through every limb. You're not so different. Your entire being is designed to sense before you know, to feel before you process. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you, and before you were born, I set you apart. Jeremiah 1:5. Your depth isn't dysfunction, it's design. The reason you feel so deeply is because you were meant to carry light through shadows. You were meant to transform atmospheric chaos into grounded clarity. The spirit of a man is the lamp of the Lord, searching all his innermost parts. Proverbs 20:27. What if the sensitivity you've tried to suppress is actually the very signal of your assignment? What if the very thing the world taught you to silence is the one thing heaven is trying to amplify? You are not too much. You are not broken. You are awake. And your ability to feel deeply in a shallow world, that's not your weakness. That's your superpower. If you could witness yourself through divine eyes, you would comprehend the magnificent truth that every single element you're questioning about yourself is precisely what makes you extraordinary. Like a master architect examining the stress points in a cathedral's foundation, God sees that your perceived weaknesses are actually the load-bearing structures of your destiny. That hesitation you carry, the one that whispers, "What if I'm not enough?" operates on a frequency of deception because you already resonate with divine completeness. Have you ever wondered why David, the shepherd boy, who would become Israel's greatest king, trembled before Goliath? Even he questioned his adequacy when facing the giant. Yet Scripture tells us in 1 Samuel 17:45, "You come against me with sword and spear and javelin, but I come against you in the name of the Lord Almighty." David's trembling wasn't weakness. It was the precise calibration needed for God's power to flow through him. Similarly, your hesitation isn't a flaw in your spiritual circuitry. It's the divine frequency preparing to amplify through your surrender. Mother Teresa, the saint who dedicated her life to serving the poorest of the poor in Calcutta, experienced what she called the dark night of the soul, decades of feeling spiritually empty while outwardly radiating God's love. Her doubt wasn't disqualification. It was the very vessel through which divine compassion poured. As Isaiah 55:8 declares, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways. My ways declares the Lord." On the opposite spectrum, we see figures like Judas Iscariot, who appeared confident and trusted enough to handle the disciples' money, yet his self-assurance without surrender led to ultimate betrayal and spiritual destruction. Sarah, a social worker in Chicago, felt overwhelmed every day walking into the shelter where homeless families sought refuge. She questioned whether her efforts mattered when the problems seemed endless. What she didn't realize was that her sensitivity to suffering was precisely what made her effective. Like a seismograph detecting the subtle tremors, others missed her emotional responsiveness, allowed her to connect with people's deepest needs in ways that changed their lives forever. What if those overwhelming feelings are actually divine downloads your spirit is processing? Those moments when the world feels crushing, when you wish you could pause everything. These aren't indicators of weakness, but evidence that you're processing growth that transcends conventional measurement. Like a caterpillar dissolving into liquid, within its chrysalis transformation often requires complete breakdown before breakthrough. The psychological principle of neuroplasticity shows us that our brains literally rewire themselves during periods of intense change, creating new neural pathways that didn't exist before. Jesus withdrew to solitary places to pray, even when crowds were desperately seeking him. Luke 5:16 tells us, "But Jesus often withdrew to lonely places and prayed." Even the Son of God understood that spiritual processing requires sacred pauses. Your need for stillness isn't escape, it's recalibration, like a master musician tuning their instrument before a concert. As Psalm 46:10 whispers, "Be still and know that I am God." Marcus, a firefighter who saved dozens of lives during his career, went through a period where he felt like he was contributing nothing to the world. He spent months in what felt like spiritual hibernation, questioning his purpose. What he couldn't see was that this season of apparent inactivity was actually preparing him for his next calling, becoming a counselor for first responders struggling with trauma. His own journey through doubt became the bridge others would cross to find healing. The mighty oak tree appears dormant through winter, its leaves gone, its branches bare against the sky. Yet, beneath the surface, its root system is expanding, drawing nutrients from the frozen earth, preparing for the explosive growth of spring. The tree's stillness isn't stagnation. It's strategic preparation for its next season of flourishing. But here's what might astound you. Your seasons of feeling invisible are actually when you're most visible to heaven. When an irritant enters an oyster, instead of rejecting it, the oyster begins coating it with layers of nacre. What starts as discomfort becomes something precious through the process of patient transformation. Your moments of uncertainty aren't obstacles to your destiny. They're the very irritants around which God is forming something lustrous and valuable. Scripture reminds us in Romans 8:28, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose." The quantum principle of wave-particle duality shows us that light itself exists in multiple states simultaneously. It's both wave and particle, depending on how it's observed. Similarly, your challenges exist in a state of divine duality. They're simultaneously difficulties and opportunities, depending on the spiritual lens through which they're viewed. Oprah Winfrey, the media mogul who became one of the most influential women in the world, was born into poverty and abuse. She often speaks about how her early struggles weren't punishments, but preparation for her ability to connect with millions of people's pain and help them find hope. Conversely, consider the cautionary tale of Bernie Madoff, the financier, whose apparent success masked a massive Ponzi scheme that eventually collapsed, destroying thousands of lives and landing him in prison for 150 years. A reminder that true success without spiritual foundation is merely an elaborate mirage. Rachel, a teacher who felt like her efforts were invisible, struggled with imposter syndrome, despite her students' obvious growth. She couldn't see that her gentle approach was exactly what her most traumatized students needed. Years later, former students would tell her how her classroom was the first place they felt safe to learn. Her perceived inadequacy was actually perfect. Adequacy disguised. The universe operates on principles of resonance and frequency. When you align with divine purpose, you begin vibrating at the frequency of your calling, attracting opportunities and connections that seemed impossible before. It's like tuning a radio. Once you find the right frequency, what was static becomes crystal clear music. What if the clarity you've been waiting for isn't delayed? It's just waiting for you to tune your spirit higher. As Jeremiah 29:11 promises, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, to give you hope and a future." If only you could perceive the intricate choreography unfolding around you, how every challenge is precisely calibrated to build the specific strength you'll need for your unique assignment. Like a master sculptor who sees the finished statue within the rough marble, the divine sees your completed transformation even while you're still in the chiseling process. What would happen if you realized the version of yourself you're becoming is already interceding for who you are right now? The person you're becoming exists in a state of quantum potential. They're already complete in the spiritual realm, waiting for your faith to collapse, the wave function of possibility into the particle reality of manifestation. You haven't fully encountered them yet because they're being assembled through every moment of your current uncertainty, every season of your faithful endurance. As 2 Corinthians 5:17 declares, "Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come. The old has gone, the new is here." There have been moments when your soul felt like it was unraveling under the sheer gravity of existence, haven't there? When the weight of simply being felt so immense that even the act of breathing seemed to echo with questions too vast to name. You've stared into the ache of, "Why am I here?" while others passed by, content with surface-level answers. But the fact that your heart aches in places others never notice, that you feel displaced in a world content with shadows, that you long for something eternal when others chase what rusts. This is not a flaw, it's evidence. In the Gospel of Luke, we meet the elderly prophetess, Anna, who lived most of her life in the temple, fasting and praying, while the world around her carried on obliviously. Her sensitivity to God's presence while others remained unaware positioned her to recognize the infant Messiah when he was brought into the temple. Luke 2:36-38. She had no title, no public platform, but her spiritual radar was finely tuned, and because of that, she saw what many missed. What if that is you? Have you noticed that your questions never go quiet for long, that your search for meaning pulses like a signal through your inner landscape? This is spiritual resonance. In physics, when two frequencies match their vibrations, increase in power. You've been vibrating with heaven's frequency even when you didn't know the name for the ache. The painter and Holocaust survivor, Yehuda Bacon, once said, "I paint because I carry something inside me that refuses to die." He lost nearly everything, but the sacred questions survived, and through them he became a witness to light through unthinkable darkness. His art was not decoration, it was testimony. Now contrast that with someone like Charles Ponzi, an ambitious financier who built an empire on deception. Instead of leaning into his inner unrest and seeking true purpose, he fed his ego with illusion, building a fraudulent scheme that eventually collapsed, leaving countless lives in ruin. His refusal to wrestle with deeper questions, his addiction to shortcuts, made him infamous, not impactful. You, on the other hand, are like the nautilus shell, that ancient sea creature whose home grows in perfect logarithmic spirals. With each stage of growth, it must leave behind the previous chamber and move forward, always building the next with divine precision. The pressure of the ocean would crush it without this design. Your longing, your discomfort, it's the pressure guiding your soul to expand its architecture. Can you sense that the pressure isn't here to destroy you, but to shape you into something mathematically sacred and spiritually unshakable? Scripture affirms this mystery in 2 Corinthians 4:17. For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all. The pain is real, but it's producing a structure you cannot yet see. And as you outgrow the rooms of your former self, you might feel displaced, but you are not lost. You're being called forward into a chamber of glory, so precisely shaped, only surrender can lead you there. Architects call this sacred geometry, structures that reflect both spiritual order and mathematical precision. Your internal redesign follows the same invisible blueprint. That persistent doubt, the one that sneaks into your mind in the quietest hours, nudging your certainty off balance, might not be your enemy at all. What if that doubt is actually spiritual momentum, slowly pulling you toward a higher truth you wouldn't have pursued otherwise? What if your confusion isn't a malfunction, but a message encoded in divine language? In mathematics, chaos theory tells us that even the most seemingly random systems, like the fluttering of a butterfly's wings, follow patterns we can't yet comprehend. Spiritually, your moments of feeling lost might be operating in the same hidden geometry. Each detour, each silence, each interruption is possibly a recalibration of your trajectory towards something exact and eternal. In the Bible, we see this sacred misalignment in the story of Elijah. After his great victory over the prophets of Baal, he fled into the wilderness, lost and disoriented. Under a broom tree, he cried out, "I have had enough, Lord. Take my life." 1 Kings 19:4. Yet in that moment of despair, the divine did not correct him with thunder or rebuke, but with silence, nourishment, and finally a whisper. 1 Kings 19:12. Elijah's confusion became the setting where God recalibrated his mission. Isn't it possible that your bewilderment is not the sign of failure, but of transition? Have you ever noticed that just before clarity comes, the atmosphere shifts, the light changes slightly, the temperature of the moment feels unfamiliar, the air carries the weight of something unspoken? These are not anomalies, they are divine tremors. In neuroscience, this is called pattern recognition bias, our brain's way of tuning into significance before we understand why. Spiritually, it's the Holy Spirit helping your soul interpret the invisible signals. Pope Shenouda III, spiritual father to millions in the Coptic Church, once said, "God often hides himself until we are ready to recognize him." He believed that silence, confusion, and even doubt are divine tools that sharpen the inner senses. His decades of quiet suffering and exile became the crucible where his clearest revelations were formed. But not all who experience confusion lean into its wisdom. Take Elizabeth Holmes, once hailed as a revolutionary in biotech. Her refusal to accept ambiguity led her to manufacture certainty even when it meant deception. Rather than wrestle with uncertainty, she bypassed it and built an empire on a fantasy. That fantasy eventually collapsed, taking trust lives and careers down with it. Her downfall was not ignorance. It was the refusal to sit with not knowing. You, however, are more like the sand dune shaped by winds that never blow the same direction twice. It may appear passive, but it's an ever-shifting sculpture of resilience. Though it seems soft and transient, it outlasts storms, moves in unity with invisible forces, and becomes a monument of grace through surrender. The desert does not break it, it defines it. And the Word affirms this mystery. In Isaiah 43:19, God says, "See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? Even when your eyes cannot yet see, heaven is already reshaping the terrain beneath your feet. What if you're not lost at all? What if you're simply in the translation phase, where the soul is still decoding the language of where you're meant to go next? And what if, just like Joseph, you were misunderstood, misaligned, and misplaced on purpose? Genesis 50:20 captures the mystery. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done. Even betrayal was part of the blueprint. Joseph's confusion in the pit and the prison was the exact preparation needed for the palace. You've been trained in the hidden places, sensitized to patterns others ignore, and shaped by questions too heavy for shallow answers. You haven't missed your moment, you've just been prepared to recognize it when it arrives. The map you're waiting for is already being written in the dark, in the wind, in the quiet surrender of your spirit. You are far more connected than your rational mind can quantify. What if the thoughts that drift into your awareness at odd hours, the ones you dismiss as coincidence or imagination, are actually fragments of memory from your eternal self? What if what you call intuition is not instinct, but spiritual memory awakening, that dream that clings to your spirit long after morning breaks, the unshakable sense that something unseen is guiding you? The way numbers or names appear in strange repetitions. These are not meaningless blips. These are resonant signals, data from the divine traveling along a frequency tuned precisely to your soul. In Ecclesiastes 3:11, it says he has also set eternity in the human heart. Yet no one can fathom what God has done from beginning to end. That eternity is not out there. It's inside you. You're not imagining things. You're remembering what you once knew in God's presence. Your moments of déjà vu, your unexplainable instincts, your soul-deep convictions, these are glimpses through the veil. There is a version of you that exists beyond this layer of time, a version of you that has walked through the furnace, through the flood, through the valley of shadows, and lived to testify. That version of you is not fantasy. It's prophetic memory. It sees from the higher dimension and speaks in symbols. And in your most disoriented moments, that future self whispers to your now self, keep going. Don't stop here. Have you ever felt that strange knowing right before a breakthrough or a warning you couldn't explain, but were later grateful for? That's not instinct alone. It's spiritual precognition. In psychology, there's a term called prospective memory, the brain's ability to remember, to perform an intended action in the future. But your soul carries a version of this too, an encoded divine memory that knows what you were created to become. Contemporary choreographer Akram Khan, known for blending ancient mythology into modern dance, once said, "My body remembers stories my mind has forgotten." His art doesn't come from conscious planning. It emerges from embodied memory. So does your calling. It doesn't come from ambition. It's remembered. But not all who hear the whisper follow it. Take the example of Jim Jones, once a charismatic preacher who claimed divine revelation, but twisted his visions into paranoia and control. He began hearing only his own voice. He replaced discernment with delusion, and the result was catastrophic. Over 900 lives lost in Jonestown. His downfall was not because he lacked connection, it was because he severed it from truth. You, on the other hand, are more like the migrating monarch butterfly. It travels thousands of miles across generations, guided by an internal compass it cannot see. No map, no logic, just encoded direction. Even when it has never made the journey before, it finds the way. And so will you. The future version of you is not just watching, it's co-navigating. Through synchronicities, through gentle promptings, through the ache in your chest that tells you this moment matters. You are not behind. You are not lost. You are responding to a voice older than time itself, calling you home. And sometimes this home isn't a place, but a phase a sacred threshold. What you're standing in now may feel like emptiness, but in spiritual architecture, it's called liminal space, the place between what was and what's next. It's the invisible hallway between destiny's doors. And in that space, heaven is rewiring your neuroplasticity, softening rigid beliefs, making room for divine truths to flow in. The prophet Daniel understood this space well. Taken captive, renamed, re-educated, he lived between worlds in a culture not his own. Yet it was in the tension of that in-between that he received his clearest visions. In Daniel 2:22, it says, "He reveals deep and hidden things. He knows what lies in darkness, and light dwells with him." Daniel didn't fight the darkness, he translated it. So, what if the very season you feel suspended in is actually where heaven is doing its most precise work, and like the bioluminescent jellyfish, which glows only when touched by movement in the dark, your light often emerges not in ease, but in friction. The guidance you seek is already in you, but it shines brightest when the waters are most obscure. You are not merely passing through life like a leaf on a stream. You are a co-creator in motion, woven into the architecture of reality with authority you haven't fully realized yet. Every word you speak, every belief you choose to hold or release, every moment you rise, despite the weight shifts, something in the atmosphere. Your life is not just unfolding, it's responding to you. The idea that you're powerless in your hardest moments is a myth. In physics, we call this potential energy stored power, waiting for the right condition to be released. What looks like stillness in your life may actually be a buildup of sacred momentum. Every time you think you're at your weakest, you're not deteriorating. You're consolidating strength internally, restructuring for the weight of the next glory. And Scripture agrees. In Isaiah 40:31, it says, "But those who wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint." Waiting is not wasted time. It is strategic rebuilding. What looks like stillness from the outside may be divine engineering from the inside. In the book of Judges, we find Gideon, a man hiding in fear, believing he was the least in his tribe. But the angel of the Lord didn't call him a coward. He called him a mighty warrior. Judges 6:12. While Gideon was still in hiding. Why? Because heaven doesn't speak to your weakness. It speaks to your identity beneath the fear. God already saw what was gathering inside him. Have you ever felt like the exact moment you were breaking was somehow also making you, that your tears weren't wasted, but forming a reservoir beneath your resilience? That is not poetic, it's structural. In architecture, compression forces are what give bridges their strength. The weight doesn't collapse them, it holds them together. Could your pressure be the blueprint of your unshakable design. Edith Eger, a Holocaust survivor, psychologist, and author of The Choice. She was once a prisoner in Auschwitz, dancing before her captors to stay alive. Years later, she would help others reclaim their mental freedom through trauma work. She said, "Your pain is the key that unlocks the door to your prison." She did not emerge weak. She emerged refined. Now contrast that with Lance Armstrong, once a cycling legend, later exposed for systematic doping and deception. He tried to manufacture strength through shortcuts instead of letting weakness do its deep work. The collapse of his legacy wasn't due to failure. It was due to refusal to be transformed by honest struggle. What he bypassed in process, he paid for in exposure. You, on the other hand, are like the volcanic island forming slowly beneath the sea. No one sees the tectonic rumble beneath the surface. But when the time is right, land emerges where there was once only water. You are becoming visible in realms you didn't even know you were building. So ask yourself this: what if the weight you feel is not crushing you, but compacting you into power? Scripture says in 2 Corinthians 12:9, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." It's not despite your weakness that glory will rise. It's because of it. And when it does, it will not be fragile. It will be forged. Consider this. How many times did you stand at the edge of what felt like the end, convinced there was no way through, only to find yourself still breathing, still becoming still here? The truth is, you've crossed invisible thresholds that would have broken others. But instead of crumbling, you transformed. You often underestimate your own elasticity, the soul's sacred capacity to bend, but not break. In biology, this is known as tensile strength, the ability of a material to withstand tension without failing. Spiritually, your heart has this same property. Every heartbreak, every closed door, every night you wept alone, convinced that heaven had gone silent. None of it was wasted. It was tensile training. But even deeper than that, there's something called post-traumatic growth. In psychology, the phenomenon where people don't just recover from trauma, they emerge stronger, wiser, with new priorities and deeper appreciation for life. Could it be that your most painful seasons weren't regressions, but spiritual upgrades? In the book of Judges, we find Gideon, a man hiding in fear, believing he was the least in his tribe. But the angel of the Lord didn't call him a coward. He called him a mighty warrior. Judges 6:12, while Gideon was still in hiding. Why? Because heaven doesn't speak to your weakness. It speaks to your identity beneath the fear. God already saw what was gathering inside him. And then there's Job, stripped of wealth, health, family, and reputation. He sat in ashes, scraping his wounds, his voice raw with grief and confusion. And yet, after the long night of testing, God restored him not only materially, but internally. Job 42:5 says, "My ears had heard of you, but now my eyes have seen you. The suffering didn't just refine him, it revealed God more clearly than ever before. Have you ever noticed that some of your deepest wisdom was born not from clarity, but from collapse? That the real curriculum wasn't in the comfort, but in the crisis. You didn't ask for it, but it came anyway. And now you see differently. You speak from a deeper place. The knowledge isn't theoretical. It's lived. It's embodied. Dr. Gabor Mate once said, "The wound is not the problem. The wound is the place where the light enters." That isn't poetry. It's spiritual architecture. You were not breaking. You were being hollowed out to hold more light. You were not disqualified. You were being deepened. King David knew this terrain. In Psalm 119:71, he wrote, "It was good for me to be afflicted so that I might learn your decrees." David, the giant slayer, the psalmist, the man after God's own heart, he didn't become that in the palace. He became that in the cave, in hiding under pressure. Now contrast that with Howard Hughes, once a brilliant aviator, inventor, and film magnate. His intellect was unmatched. But when wounded, he didn't heal, he hid. He built walls instead of wells. His world shrank into a fortress of fear. Instead of confronting pain, he curated illusion. What could have been legacy became cautionary tale. You, however, are more like the ancient olive tree whose roots grow deeper in drought. Its resilience is encoded not in luxury, but in adversity. The gnarled bark, the twisted branches, what others see as deformity, is actually the secret of its longevity. Some of the oldest olive trees in the world are over 2,000 years old, still bearing fruit, still standing. Like you. And even more, there's the black coral, found in deep ocean trenches, thriving in darkness, under pressure so extreme it would destroy most living organisms. Instead of collapsing, it converts pressure into stability. Instead of withering, it adapts. You've done the same. What others called failure, you transformed into fiber. So ask yourself gently, were those sleepless nights and silences actually evidence of abandonment, or were they divine chapters, necessary pauses where the author was doing his deepest writing? Scripture affirms this in Romans 5:3-4. We also glory in our sufferings because we know that suffering produces perseverance. Perseverance, character, and character, hope. What you've built is not hollow optimism. It's spiritual infrastructure, foundation forged in sorrow, calibrated by pain, reinforced by survival. You didn't just survive the chapters you thought would kill you. You became the kind of person who can teach others how to live through them. You are not just surviving. You are metamorphosing. You are not merely enduring the tension. You are letting it reshape you. There is something sacred happening inside the parts of you that feel stretched, uncertain, unfinished. This is not stagnation. This is sacred construction. You're learning to trust the compass God placed inside of you. even when the external voices try to reroute you back to who you used to be. And that's not easy. It takes spiritual courage to let go of the safety of what's familiar in order to step into what's eternal. You are navigating the wilderness between two names, what psychology calls identity dissonance, the internal conflict between who you once were and who you are becoming. This in-between place can feel like exile. It can feel like standing barefoot in a doorway that hasn't fully opened, with wind pulling you forward and memory tugging you back. And yet, this space is holy. It's the same threshold Abraham stepped into when God told him, "Go from your country, your people, and your father's household to the land I will show you." Genesis 12:1. God gave no map, only motion. Abraham didn't know where he was going, only who was sending him, and that was enough. Can you feel it? That restless ache that tells you the old season no longer fits, but the new one isn't fully formed yet. That is what theologians call spiritual liminality, the divine space between departure and arrival, between promise and fulfillment. And it is often in that exact place that your most defining inner architecture is built. Writer and activist Maya Angelou, who redefined American literature and identity for generations, once said, "We delight in the beauty of the butterfly, but rarely admit the changes it has gone through to achieve that beauty." You are in that stage now, the cocoon, dark, isolated, restructuring everything, not dying becoming. But many fear this tension and run from it. Thomas Migley Jr., an inventor once praised for creating leaded gasoline and CFCs, refused to challenge the long-term effects of his innovations. The in-between space of uncertainty where he could have reevaluated his direction was bypassed for the illusion of stability. The result, his creations later caused massive, global environmental damage. His refusal to wrestle with moral ambiguity led to catastrophic consequence. You, however, are more like the sea turtle, slow, deliberate, and unbothered by applause. Its journey from hatching to maturity spans decades and thousands of miles. It does not rush. It survives predators, storms, and tides, guided by internal memory to shores it has never seen. Your path may feel slow, but it is sacredly directed. You are not behind. You are on pilgrimage. Take someone like Rosa, a single mother of 3 in her late 40s. She left an emotionally abusive marriage after years of silence, not because she felt ready, but because something in her spirit refused to remain voiceless. For 2 years, she worked 2 jobs while putting herself through nursing school. There were nights she cried herself to sleep, questioning everything. Today, she leads a trauma-informed care unit in her city hospital. She didn't become great in one leap. She became by choosing herself when no one else did. You are not failing because you feel unsure. You are learning to walk by faith, not by formula. You are discovering how to stay open even when the doorway hasn't opened all the way. This requires what neuroscience calls cognitive disembedding, the ability to separate from previous frameworks of thought and make space for a new mental model. Spiritually, this is the renewal of your mind in real time. Romans 12:2. And yes, the waiting aches. Yes, the uncertainty hums with discomfort. But what if this very unrest is the womb of your next revelation? You're not stuck. You're becoming fluent in the language of becoming. And one day soon, you will look back at this season not as the delay, but as the foundation. But hear this, the door will open. And not because you forced it, but because heaven orchestrated its timing with precision. The silence you're surrounded by is not proof of abandonment. It's resonance in process. Like the low hum before a tectonic shift, the stillness you feel is the sound of alignment beneath the surface. In quantum mechanics, we understand that particles shift simply by being observed. Reality bends around awareness. Spiritually, the same is true the moment you begin to perceive stillness as preparation instead of punishment. Everything begins to rearrange. There's a holy reordering taking place around you, doors being adjusted to open, not when you're desperate, but when you're ready. The delay you've misinterpreted as rejection is actually a divine recalibration. And one day soon you'll look back at this version of yourself, confused, waiting, half believing, and you'll bless them because they held on. Have you considered that maybe the silence isn't a void, but the sacred tension between what is and what is becoming? The psalmist David once wrote in Psalm 62:5, "Yes, my soul find rest in God. My hope comes from Him." Waiting in silence is not evidence of God's absence. It is often the womb of His most precise work. The prophet Isaiah spoke of this in Isaiah 60:22. "When the time is right, I, the Lord, will make it happen." This isn't about forcing timing. It's about surrendering to divine sequence. You're not late. You're being woven into something eternal. Every delay was not a punishment. It was redirection. Every person who left was not loss. It was clearing. Every no you received was not rejection. It was realignment. What felt like breaking was actually sacred remodeling. Benedictine monk and writer David Steindl-Rast once said, "Trust is the bridge from silence to meaning." You're not waiting in a void. You're standing on that bridge, and step by step it's leading you into rooms you once prayed for, rooms that carry your name written in light. But contrast that with Napoleon military genius, yet consumed by an obsession to control destiny. He refused to yield to timing, forcing his empire forward without pause for wisdom. His impatience led to the catastrophic loss of 500,000 men during the Russian winter campaign. He thought the silence was an obstacle. It was actually a warning. You, on the other hand, are more like the glacier, massive, slow-moving, unshakably intentional. It appears motionless, but beneath its surface, it's sculpting entire landscapes. Your stillness is not stagnation, it's geological obedience. Take James, a 34-year-old barista who once dreamed of becoming a pilot. After years of rejection letters and a failed engagement, he stopped trying to force everything into place. He took long walks, went back to school part-time, and started listening to what stirred his peace. 3 years later, he became a trauma-informed flight trainer, mentoring aspiring pilots, not just in aviation, but in emotional regulation. The door didn't open when he knocked. It opened when he let go of needing to kick it down. And what about you? What if this stillness you hate is the soil of the strength you'll soon need? What if the unanswered questions are not empty space, but sacred blueprint? Scripture says in Romans 8:28, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose." Yes, even this, even now, you will rise from this season, not fragile, not frantic, but formed. And when you do, you'll carry a kind of light that doesn't blink in darkness. It commands the darkness to notice. Because the light you carry is not decorative, it's architectural. It is the kind of light spoken of in John chapter 1:5. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. This is not borrowed brilliance. It is built through becoming. You are more than a survivor of silence. You are a solar tree, a tree that stores sunlight during the day and glows gently at night. Even in the absence of illumination, you radiate memory. Even in the waiting, you transmit hope. Even in the pause, you become presence. So, ask yourself again, not if you will make it, but what will be born from you because you stayed faithful in the stillness. And when that day comes, when the veil finally lifts, and you see it all with heaven's clarity, I hope you remember this. I hope you remember the nights you thought would swallow you whole, the mornings you rose, still aching but willing, the questions you screamed into the silence. You were never abandoned. You were being attuned. Even in your most fragmented hours, you were seen. You were guided. You were not just wandering. You were being woven. Each invisible thread, each delay, each unspoken ache was a necessary strand in the tapestry that is becoming your life. The ache did not mean absence. It meant that something sacred was under construction. In Deuteronomy 31:8, it is written, "The Lord Himself goes before you and will be with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged." That wasn't just a promise to Israel. It was a blueprint for you. His silence wasn't distance. It was depth. Have you ever wondered if maybe the ache you feel is not from being forgotten, but from being called ahead of schedule? That the restlessness inside you is your spirit, responding to a future it already remembers. Poet and philosopher John O'Donohue once said, "Your soul knows the geography of your destiny. It knows the curves, the detours, the delays. It knows how to get you there even when you forget the way. And there are others who've heard that same whisper, like Malala Yousafzai, shot for speaking, silenced for learning. And yet she rose. At 16, she told the United Nations they thought that the bullets would silence us, but they failed. Her hardest moment wasn't her ending. It was her unveiling. What tried to destroy her revealed her voice. But not everyone listens when the soul calls. Take Richard Nixon, who once held the highest office in the United States. But instead of facing his internal dissonance with humility, he doubled down on controlled secrecy and pride. The Watergate scandal didn't destroy him. It exposed what he had chosen to ignore. His fall wasn't due to external enemies. It was due to the war he refused to fight inside. You, on the other hand, are more like the salmon who, against all odds, swim upstream, leaping over currents, just to return to the sacred place of origin. Their path is not easy, but it's encoded, like yours. And don't forget Mia, a 62-year-old grandmother, who went back to school after losing her husband of 40 years. She sat in night classes surrounded by students half her age, not because she wanted a diploma, but because she refused to let grief define her timeline. She now runs an adult literacy center in her community. Her transformation wasn't loud, but it was lasting. So keep going, keep feeling, keep trusting that even when nothing makes sense, everything is moving. This is called divine propulsion, a holy force that carries you forward even when your legs are trembling. You are not lost. You are in transit, and I promise you where you're headed is beyond anything you have dared to imagine. Have you ever paused to consider that your current confusion is not a failure in direction, but the exact signal that you're crossing into your next becoming? And when you arrive, not just at the place, but at the person you are always meant to be, I hope you look back at this moment and whisper, "Thank you." Because without this version of you, the raw, uncertain, faithful one, none of it would exist. As it is written in Philippians 1:6, "He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus." You were never meant to finish yourself. You were meant to trust the process of being finished through grace. I love you. I remember you. I am you. And you are extraordinary, not because you are perfect, but because you are becoming. You don't need to earn it. You just need to finally see it. You've made it through so much already. You've waited in silence. You've trusted through delay. You've let go of people, places, and versions of yourself you thought you'd need forever. But before you step fully into the fullness of who you were born to be, there is one more threshold, and it is not outside you. It is not guarded by enemies or obstacles. It is not wrapped in noise. It is a doorway inside your soul, quiet, personal, reluctantly unopened. It is the door of your own forgiveness, not forgiveness for what they did to you, no. You've already begun that healing. You've cried the tears, broken the cycles, and chosen not to become what tried to break you. But this is deeper. This is forgiveness for the seasons you stayed silent when truth burned inside your bones. Forgiveness for the years you played small because you were afraid the light in you would either blind or burn. Forgiveness for the dreams you abandoned out of fear they'd remind you of what you weren't ready to believe about yourself. Therefore, there is now no condemnation for those who are in Christ Jesus. Romans 8:1, as far as the east is from the west, so far has he removed our transgressions from us. Psalm 103:12. These verses aren't just comfort, they're divine engineering. Your soul is being rewired to stop living under old accusations. It's easy to blame circumstances, even easier to blame others. But what about the times you knew better and still didn't act? The time you stayed when you should have left, the time you left when your heart whispered, "Stay a little longer." This matters. These are not small wounds. They're self-inflicted fractures that go unnoticed by the world, but echo loudly in the soul. Have you considered that the pain you carry may not be because others hurt you, but because you haven't stopped hurting yourself? Self-forgiveness is not weakness. It is spiritual engineering, a necessary recalibration of the inner structures that shame once built. You cannot carry shame into your becoming. It is not strong enough to hold your calling. And when that calling begins to rise in you, when doors open, platforms are prepared, and relationships realign, your unhealed guilt will try to sabotage it unless you've made peace with the parts of you still living in fear. The Apostle Peter knew this. After denying Jesus 3 times, the weight of failure nearly crushed him. He went back to fishing, back to who he used to be. But Jesus didn't scold him. He didn't ask for an apology. He simply asked, "Do you love me?" John 21:17. That one question restored him, not because it changed what Peter had done, but because it reminded him of who he still was. And what about you? What if God isn't waiting for you to fix it all just to love yourself enough to return to the shore? Father Gregory Boyle, a Jesuit priest and founder of Homeboy Industries in Los Angeles, works with former gang members and inmates. Many come to him with tattooed faces and histories soaked in regret. But instead of judgment, he offers a deeper invitation. You are so much more than the worst thing you've ever done. He teaches them not just to forgive others, but to forgive the broken self that made those choices. His success isn't in reform, it's in resurrection. Because once they forgive themselves, they rise. But contrast that with Oscar Wilde, a man of rare genius who, instead of forgiving his brokenness, turned inward bitter and defeated by the end of his life. His wit remained, but his spirit collapsed under the weight of self-condemnation. He could dazzle crowds, but couldn't reconcile with his own soul. It wasn't what others said that destroyed him. It was what he never allowed himself to unlearn. You, however, are different. You are like the Arctic fox, built for transformation. It sheds its winter coat when the seasons change. If it held on to its protective white fur in spring, it would die from exposure. What once protected now becomes a threat if it's not released. So too with you. If you don't shed what no longer serves your current season, it may suffocate the self you're finally ready to become. Think of Eleni, 53, mother of one former addict. After years of homelessness, abandonment, and shame, she finally forgave the version of herself who couldn't ask for help, not because that version was right, but because it was real. It was part of her. And when she stopped trying to erase that woman, she was able to transform her. Today she teaches poetry to women in shelters, not from perfection, but from wholeness. Paul said in Philippians 3:13, "But one thing I do, forgetting what is behind and straining toward what is ahead." He didn't say to forget, because it wasn't real. He said to stop dragging the past forward as your identity. The past is your record, not your definition. So I ask you now, not what are you waiting for, but who in you still needs your mercy? The part of you who failed, the part of you who hurt someone, the part of you who hid when she should have spoken, who ran when he should have stayed. That version of you doesn't need punishment. They need release. They need to be remembered, embraced, and set free. Because where you're headed, shame has no seat, and guilt cannot walk where grace is required. Chosen one, your future self is not a fantasy. It's a fulfilled promise. It's the version of you that already crossed the fire, kept the faith, and held on when quitting seemed easier. That version of you is whispering back through time. Don't settle. Don't stray. Don't forget who you are. And every moment you choose obedience over comfort, healing over hiding, and growth over fear, you are walking closer to that future. The truth is, your future is shaped by what you choose to believe right now. Will you keep shrinking to fit into old versions of yourself? Or will you rise, even trembling, into the identity God already wrote for you? Your future self is not waiting for perfection, just your yes. And today you've taken one step closer. If this message stirred something in your spirit, thank you for walking this journey with me. You didn't just watch a video, you answered a call. So if this word resonated with you, please take a moment to like it as a sign of agreement. Share it with someone else who may be one choice away from breakthrough, and subscribe so you stay connected to every word designed to sharpen your discernment and strengthen your soul. And to those who have supported this space through super thanks. Your kindness does not go unnoticed. Every seed you sow, whether seen or silent, helps carry these messages further than we'll ever know. Even if you never give financially, your time, your openness, your hunger for truth, that is sacred. And I'm deeply honored that you are here. Your awakening doesn't stop here. Continue your journey by choosing one of the videos now showing on your screen. Let the Holy Spirit guide you to the one that speaks directly into your now. Each one is a divine deposit, a piece of your preparation. You're not just watching, you're becoming. May the God of all wisdom protect the version of you you're growing into. May He order your steps, silence your fears, and surround you with a clarity to keep going. May your future self look back and whisper, "Well done. You didn't give up when it mattered most." And may your life echo into eternity as proof that obedience always wins. I'll see you in the next video.
Hello, dearest soul. Before we go any further, I want you to take this in. God does not give this to just anyone. What you're about to hear isn't common. It's not handed out like a gift card or a compliment. This is sacred. This is rare. And if you've found this message, that means you are too. There is something more weighty than love, and that is trust. Love is generous, yes. It covers flaws. It redeems. But trust is personal, strategic, prophetic. Trust means God looked into the deepest places of your soul, the ones even you tried to keep hidden, and still said, "I choose you." He placed something eternal in your hands, not because you were perfect, but because you were faithful, because you wouldn't drop it, because you'd carry it even if it cost you everything. Have you ever asked yourself, why me? Why does it feel so heavy sometimes? Why do others seem to get the easy version of life while you keep being handed divine assignments disguised as heartbreak? The answer isn't punishment, it's trust. The kind of trust that heaven only reserves for the rarest of souls. If you're already feeling this in your spirit, if it's confirming something you've never said aloud, go ahead and comment 777 in agreement right now. That number is no accident. It's a heavenly signature of divine completion. And before we dive even deeper, I want to pause and say this with all my heart. Thank you to every single one of you who supported this message through super thanks, whether once or consistently. Your generosity sustains this divine work. But even if you've never clicked a thing, your presence here is a gift. Your time is sacred. You being here matters. So now, lean in, because what's coming next will explain why you feel so different, why you were never meant to blend in, and what God places only in the hands of those He trusts the most. You're not just loved, you've been trusted with fire, and that changes everything. God's chosen ones. This is what God only gives to the rare ones. There's a knowing in your bones that no applause could ever affirm, a deep, resonant truth that sits quietly inside you, even when no one else recognizes it, even if no one claps, even if your victories remain unseen. Something in you refuses to forget. This wasn't random. This wasn't punishment. This wasn't a mistake in heaven's design. You were not given a heavy life to crush you, but to crown you. You were assigned spiritual architecture that required rare strength, the kind that is forged in silence and pressure like diamonds beneath the earth. God didn't choose you because He pitied you. He trusted you, not with privilege, but with purpose. You weren't given comfort. You were given calling, not popularity, but perseverance. Because there are some assignments heaven cannot hand out to the loud, the flashy, the superficial, only to the rare ones. And you, chosen one, were never meant to be understood by everyone. You were meant to remember who you are through what you carried. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Jeremiah 1:5. And He did. He set you apart not for praise, but for pressure, the kind of divine weight that doesn't shrink the soul, but stretches it until it can carry the vibration of nations. Why did it have to be so hard for you? Why were you handed more than others? Why did your growth require so much grief? Why did your healing demand isolation? These aren't punishments, they are calibrations. God calibrated your nervous system to endure frequencies that would short-circuit most. You carried grief like an unsung symphony, never needing the world to understand the score, because heaven was listening. Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivers him out of them all. Psalm 34:19. And you were delivered not just out of trials, but into remembrance. You didn't just survive, you did it with tenderness, with a heart still capable of holding joy, with a mind still anchored in truth, with a soul still singing, even when no one heard the melody. That's not normal. That's sacred. You are the rare kind. You've survived both fire and flood, and still walk with clean hands and a soft voice. The burden you bore wasn't just emotional, it was energetic, psychological. You carried generational frequencies that tried to mutate your purpose, but failed. In physics, there's a term called resonant frequency, the exact natural vibration at which an object begins to shake uncontrollably when hit with the right sound. You are that rare structure that didn't shatter under pressure because you were built for divine resonance. Others cracked at surface-level confrontation, but you stood in the storm, like the giant sequoia, which roots deeper after wildfires and rises higher through centuries of pressure. Your soul adapted through adversity, not in spite of it. Remember Joseph, betrayed by brothers, sold into slavery, wrongfully imprisoned, yet still trusted with national famine strategy. His pain wasn't a detour, it was a setup. You meant evil against me, but God meant it for good. Genesis 50:20. And like Joseph, you were trusted with mystery, trusted with waiting, trusted with rooms you weren't yet ready to enter, because God was developing your internal architecture for occupancy. You carried things no one saw, like Maya, a school counselor who stayed silent about her own depression while helping students heal. Every evening she went home and journaled into the night, asking if what she gave to others would ever return to her. Or David, a hospice nurse whose presence brought peace to the dying while he grieved the mother he lost too young. These aren't martyrs, these are miracle workers in disguise, just like you. And yet, for every chosen one, there are those who were offered the same grace and refused it. Adam Newman, the founder of WeWork, once carried a visionary call to build communities and impact the world. But greed, ego, and deception cost him not just billions, but trust. The fall was swift. The fruit looked holy, but the root was corrupted. For what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Mark 8:36. The chosen don't chase influence, they embody integrity. The sacred doesn't always roar, sometimes it retreats. God gives the rare ones invisible mantles, assignments that are not shouted from stages, but whispered through obedience. To whom much is given, much will be required. Luke 12:48. And still you said yes. You said yes when no one clapped. You said yes when it cost you comfort, connections, control. That's why the reward must match the reverence. Your story is not ordinary. It is encoded with supernatural resilience. In architecture, foundation is everything. And you were built from bedrock. You were never made to collapse. You were made to carry cathedrals of healing. That's why your life had to be this layered, this weighted, this complex. You are a convergence point, a human sanctuary, and even when the world missed it, heaven recorded every yes, every tear, every time you chose to keep your heart soft when bitterness knocked. So what now? Now you rise. You rise not just because you're strong, but because you're aligned. And after you have suffered a little while, the God of all grace will himself restore, confirm, strengthen, and establish you. 1 Peter 5:10. This restoration will not be subtle, because rare ones like you don't just survive, you resurrect. And you don't just shine, you radiate truth in ways that confront false systems. You haven't been forgotten, you've been forged. And what's been hidden in you will soon be revealed, not for validation, but for fulfillment. Not because the world is finally ready, but because you are. You weren't just given burdens, you were made evidence, walking, breathing evidence that heaven chose your shoulders, not for their size, but for their design. Others would have crumbled, others would have begged to be released, but not you. You endured because you were built with spiritual alloys the world doesn't see. A unique composition of emotional elasticity, prophetic endurance, and vibrational integrity. You were never called to carry things lightly. You were called to carry them deeply. And the most wild, holy mystery, you never even asked for it. You didn't plead for the insight that keeps you up at night. You didn't chase the gift of dreams that don't belong to your lifetime, but to the broken timelines of those who came before you. You didn't sign up for the grief that crashes in without warning, layered like archaeological strata, trauma buried beneath trauma. Yet you still rise, you still carry, for we have this treasure in jars of clay to show that the surpassing power belongs to God and not to us. 2 Corinthians 4:7. You were chosen not for comfort but for capacity, not for applause but for spiritual assignment. And so, when people around you question your ways, when they can't understand why you withdraw when the noise increases, why you pause before speaking, why your joy feels so tempered with fire, they miss the layers. They don't see the training you went through in silence. They don't see that you've been entrusted with a sacred frequency and learned how to move with reverence. Why does the weight you carry seem so ancient? Why do your eyes reflect both childhood and war? Why does your laughter sometimes sound like survival? Why do you move through life as if translating another dimension into this one? It's because you've been trusted with codes, with burdens, with people, with mysteries. The secret of the Lord is with those who fear him, and he will show them his covenant. Psalm 25:14. What you carry is not random. It's covenantal. You didn't just survive a bad year, you survived spiritual initiations that many never wake up from. You crossed thresholds alone that should have required a tribe. You became your own intercessor when no one else remembered your name in prayer. And still, you walk with eyes that hold both tenderness and thunder, a paradox of softness and steel, like a violin string tuned to perfection, fragile under tension, but powerful in purpose. Mother Teresa, revered globally for her compassion, once said, "I have found the paradox that if you love until it hurts, there can be no more hurt, only more love." Her life wasn't glamorous. It was sacrificial. She didn't crave recognition. She carried brokenness and made it holy. This is what it means to walk as God's chosen, to wear silence as armor and prayer as breath. But for every chosen one, history also warns us of those who once bore a divine imprint, but twisted it into deception. Benito Mussolini, once a journalist and idealist, chose power over people. He sought greatness at the cost of humanity. The result? He plunged his nation into fascism and bloodshed. Power without consecration leads to destruction. As Scripture reminds us, pride goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. Proverbs 16:18. Meanwhile, others like Joanna, a trauma midwife, carry invisible grief. After losing her brother to addiction, she became the safe space for recovering addicts, even when no one checked in on her. Or Elijah, a high school teacher whose quiet mornings are filled with praying over students who never knew they were being shielded by someone who still weeps from abandonment. These lives aren't loud, but they are consecrated. In physics, there's a concept known as structural integrity, the ability of an object to withstand stress without collapsing. That's you. You might bend, but you do not break. You hold spiritual mass. In psychology, you'd be called an emotional anchor, stabilizing others while regulating your own inner storms. Like a sea cliff shaped by centuries of waves, you've become a monument of endurance, sculpted by sacred pressure. Among animals, certain beings are entrusted with guarding their species. The African elephant matriarch, for example, carries the memory of generations. She leads her herd not through dominance, but through the wisdom of grief and survival. So too have you, not ruled, but led by the echoes of what you've survived. And so, when you choose stillness in the face of chaos, you're not withdrawing. You're preserving the integrity of what was entrusted to you. When you stay quiet in rooms that mock your depth, you're protecting something heaven still values. Do not cast your pearls before swine, Matthew 7:6. That's not arrogance, that's discernment. You have been walking this world like a sacred courier, carrying blueprints of healing, fragments of heaven, and remnants of stories that your bloodline couldn't finish. He gives strength to the weary and increases the power of the weak. Isaiah 40:29. And that power, it has refined you into something rare, something holy, something that doesn't need to be understood, only protected. You don't need reminders of how rare your path is. Your life has been living proof of it. Years have gone by where you've walked with emotional discipline most people couldn't imagine. You've mastered the art of breathing through betrayal, of enduring rooms that went silent when you spoke truth, of becoming your own intercessor when no one was watching. That's not just survival. It's divine trust in motion, not the loud, theatrical kind, the eternal kind. Most people confuse God's trust with public promotion, titles, stages, sudden blessings. But the kind of trust heaven gives to the rare ones, it's quieter. It looks like spiritual assignments no one claps for. Long-haul obedience and emotional maturity developed in invisible valleys. But when you give to the needy, do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing, and your Father, who sees in secret, will reward you. Matthew 6:3-4. You've lived in that secrecy. You've been shaped by that unseen trust. What does it mean to carry sacred weight when applause never comes? What happens when your integrity is tested in a desert no one else sees? Why does it seem like your most mature choices are the ones that go completely unnoticed? Except by heaven. You've made peace with being the one who prays long after others gave up. You've chosen silence over retaliation. You've let the fire of frustration burn within and still extended kindness with unshaken dignity. That is trust at the highest level. Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life. James 1:12. And though no one may have handed you a crown on earth, heaven has already marked you. In psychology, this level of resilience is called emotional regulation under duress, the ability to maintain integrity of response despite inner distress. But in the kingdom, it's more than discipline. It's a frequency of honor. You didn't collapse under pressure. You transmuted it. You turned invisible fire into inner light. St. John of the Cross, a mystic poet of the 16th century, once endured 9 months of imprisonment by his own religious order. During this time he wrote, "The dark night of the soul," describing the silence of God not as abandonment, but refinement. His spiritual writings outlived his captors. That's the power of divine trust, to be given not understanding, but assignment. Compare that to the life of Jordan Belfort, once a Wall Street mogul. Known as the Wolf of Wall Street, he was trusted with financial influence, but violated it for greed. Fame without discipline turned into federal prison. As the Bible says, if you are faithful in little, you will be faithful in much. Luke 16:10. But if you fail the hidden test, the public fall becomes inevitable. Meanwhile, people like Ayana, a single mother who worked double shifts and still sang lullabies over her children while fasting in secret for their future, walk unnoticed by the world, yet known by God. Or Thomas, a janitor who intercedes in school hallways where no one listens, yet shapes atmospheres through quiet prayer. These are the rare ones, the real ones. In creation, the whale song travels thousands of miles underwater, undetected by human ears, but heard clearly by another whale across oceans. That's you, sending out spiritual resonance beyond human applause. Or consider the bamboo tree, which takes 5 years to show visible growth above ground, though its roots are developing the entire time. Your hidden endurance has never been in vain. And when God trusts you with the weight, He doesn't just look at your capacity, He looks at how you carry it. Have you stayed tender? Have you stayed aligned? Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. Proverbs 3:5. You were trusted not to harden, not to shut down, but to walk with Him, even through silence. What if the very reason God has been so quiet is because you've already passed the test? What if heaven isn't withholding, but watching with reverence as you steward what others would have shattered? What if the silence is not punishment, but proof? To be chosen is one thing, to be trusted is another, but to be trusted without explanation, that's sacred. That's what God gives to the rare ones, and heaven doesn't forget it. And let us not grow weary of doing good, for in due season we will reap if we do not give up. Galatians 6:9. Heaven counts it every time, even when no one else sees. Every time you forgave without applause, every time you wiped your own tears quietly and still whispered encouragement to someone else, that was your soul qualifying for a realm of trust you didn't even know existed yet. What if those unseen choices were not the background to your destiny, but the very architecture of it? What if every silent sacrifice was laying a foundation that only eternity could measure? You weren't just enduring, you were being refined at a cellular level. Spirit, body, and frequency. In physics, refinement is a process of separating the pure from the excess. That's what was happening every time you chose grace over grudge. Every time you gave peace you didn't even have in reserve. Every moment you softened when life demanded you harden, you were being spiritually purified. The crucible for silver and the furnace for gold, but the Lord tests the heart. Proverbs 17:3. This wasn't weakness. This was divine calibration. And now the shift is happening. Not because heaven has just noticed you, but because you are beginning to notice yourself through God's lens. You're starting to remember that you're not just called, you're crafted. You're not just appointed, you're aligned. You were never behind, you were in process, hidden but not forgotten, delayed but never denied. For we are God's masterpiece created in Christ Jesus to do good works. Ephesians 2:10. Do you feel the air thickening lately, not with pressure, but with anticipation? Do you sense the tension in your bones is turning into clarity? Have you begun to wonder if the weight you've carried was actually preparation, not punishment? It was never just resistance, it was refinement. Just as olive oil requires pressing and diamonds require pressure, you were being transformed through unseen force. The pain wasn't meant to stay, it was meant to shape. Harriet Tubman, once a slave, later called the Moses of her people, carried the weight of fear, grief, and pain with no stage, no title, no applause. And yet her silence carried generations to freedom. She walked in spiritual intelligence, listening to the divine in stillness. Her trust wasn't loud, it was loyal. That's what heaven rewards. Those who sow in tears will reap with songs of joy. Psalm 126, verse 5. In contrast, we remember the story of Enron's former CEO, Jeffrey Skilling, a man entrusted with influence and corporate leadership, but where trust was given, ego took over. When tested with wealth, he manipulated systems. The collapse of Enron was catastrophic, not just economically, but ethically. It's proof that when power is handed to someone who hasn't endured refinement, it becomes destruction instead of destiny. But you've endured storms that left others bitter, and you've emerged not only whole, but holy. You don't carry the scent of smoke, but the fragrance of surrender. But thanks be to God, who always leads us as captives in Christ's triumphal procession, and uses us to spread the aroma of the knowledge of Him everywhere. 2 Corinthians 2:14. In the wild, a tree that's been through drought grows roots deeper than the eye can see. It learns how to draw water from depths others can't reach. You have become such a tree, rooted, unshaken, sustained by hidden wells. The world may only see your branches, but heaven knows your root system. And this trust, it shows up in the quiet lives too, like Lucia, a school janitor in Bogota, who for 18 years came early and stayed late. Not for recognition, but because she knew some children had no clean space at home. She never told anyone, but she used her own money to buy soap for the school bathrooms. One day, a teacher asked her why she worked so hard when no one seemed to care. Lucia just smiled and said, "God sees." That's what it means to be trusted by heaven in hidden places. This is why you're trusted now, not because of titles, but because of truth. Because when storms came, you anchored. When betrayal came, you blessed. When invisibility threatened your identity, you still showed up as light. What would your life look like now if you started believing that heaven has already approved what you've endured? The supernatural trust on your life doesn't need to be loud. It doesn't need defense. It has already been sealed in silence. He who is faithful in what is least is faithful also in much. Luke 16:10. You didn't wait for the reward. You became the revelation. You weren't just shaped by pressure. You were elevated through it. This next chapter isn't just a reward. It's a divine response. It's what unfolds when you've shown yourself trustworthy, not just with blessings, but with silence, not just with opportunity, but with obscurity. This is what happens when you've been faithful in the furnace and consistent in the cave. This isn't favor handed out like a gift. This is spiritual consequence, and not everyone receives this kind, because this kind isn't given, it's grown. If you have not been trustworthy with someone else's property, who will give you property of your own? Luke 16:12. God didn't just track your worship on Sundays. He remembered your discipline on Wednesdays. He didn't only see your public hope. He counted your private restraint, your stillness when everything in you wanted to react, your quiet surrender when pride could have easily screamed, the internal recalibration it took to sit at tables of injustice without flipping them over. This is what spiritual frequency mastery looks like. And now, everything that was sown in sacred silence is about to break open in public bloom. Have you ever wondered why some people admire your calm, but never ask what it cost you? Why others call your life graceful, but never acknowledge the grinding process that shaped it? Why your presence settles rooms, yet those rooms rarely recognize the battle you endured just to carry peace? It's because roots grow underground, quiet, unseen, but essential. People see the fruit, but heaven watched the digging. The root of the righteous yields fruit. Proverbs 12:12. You weren't just producing in your season, you were being anchored in spiritual infrastructure. They'll complement your light, but you'll remember every night you cried in silence just to keep that light burning. You'll recall the early mornings when your hope had to rise before the sun did. You'll remember the moments when you forgave, not because you felt like it, but because heaven was watching. But I say to you, love your enemies, bless those who curse you. Matthew 5:44. This type of strength doesn't come from motivation. It comes from submission, from letting go of the need to be right so that you could be righteous, from understanding that power isn't control, it's consistency. That light isn't a spotlight, it's a legacy. This is why God has begun to move the atmosphere around you, because you didn't just trust Him when it was easy, you let Him trust you when it was silent. Take the story of Noah. God told him to build an ark before there was a single drop of rain. The world mocked him, doubted him, ignored him. But Noah didn't flinch. Noah did everything just as God commanded him. Genesis 6:22. That's what spiritual assignment looks like. Private obedience that seems irrational until it becomes divine rescue. And then there are those who were entrusted but betrayed that trust, like King Saul. Anointed to lead but insecure in spirit, Saul chose performance over purpose, fear over faith. His story ended not in power but in downfall. Why? Because God does not sustain what is built without integrity. His disobedience cost him his legacy. In contrast, you've done the opposite. You didn't seek elevation. You sought alignment. You didn't build platforms. You built altars. And now heaven is sending wind to what you've protected in stillness. A volcano is silent for years, but when it erupts, it reshapes entire landscapes. The pressure beneath its surface was never for destruction. It was for transformation. And now your eruption is near. The magnitude of what God is about to release through you will not be subtle, but it will be sacred. This kind of growth often begins invisibly. Like Rena, a midwife in a rural village who spent 3 decades quietly saving hundreds of lives without recognition. Her hands never made headlines, but they held legacy. At her funeral, generations stood to say, "She held us when we entered the world." Trust doesn't need cameras, it needs character. This is what sets you apart. You don't explode, you evolve. You don't force your way through doors. You wait for the ones aligned with your assignment. You no longer pray for speed, you pray for substance. And heaven answers accordingly. For the vision is yet for an appointed time. Though it lingers, wait for it. Habakkuk 2:3. What happens when God finally releases the weight you were built to carry? Do you realize now that every silent act of obedience was currency in the kingdom? That every invisible act of endurance was measured? That what you called delay was divine sequencing? You were never just holding back. You were being held together for this moment. Because now you don't just shine, you illuminate. You don't just speak, you resonate. You don't just move, you recalibrate the room. The same way a tuning fork changes the pitch of everything it touches, your energy shifts environments. And you no longer have to explain it. It just is. Heaven doesn't hand out this kind of authority to just anyone. It's reserved for the ones who held the weight when it wasn't glamorous, who carried the fire without burning others, who stayed steady when they could have broken. You didn't just make it through, you were entrusted to carry through. What's unfolding now in your life isn't random, rushed, or reactionary. It's a divine manifestation, an alignment orchestrated by a sovereign hand. Not one detail, not one delay, not one quiet obedience was wasted. This isn't about reward. It's about recognition, not from people but from heaven. Because what was placed on you wasn't a gift of convenience. It was an assignment coded in weight, in silence, in seasons where you felt invisible. But invisibility to man never meant irrelevance to God. This is the hidden truth of your calling. Heaven never handed it to you casually. What you carried would have crushed others. Why didn't it crush you? Because you didn't shoulder it with pride. You bore it with reverence. The same reverence Moses carried when he stood barefoot on holy ground, trembling, and God said, "Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy ground." Exodus 3:5. You learned that sacred weight doesn't come with applause, it comes with purpose. There were no cameras in your wilderness, no handshakes in your private battles. But God was watching. You didn't crumble, you calibrated. You didn't collapse under pressure, you crystallized in character. You didn't shout for position, you stayed in posture. And now the divine ledger has shifted. You're stepping into rooms not because your name was on the list, but because your soul was on assignment. Have you ever asked yourself, why do the rooms feel unfamiliar, but the work feels predestined? Why am I walking into spaces where no one knows me, yet everything I've endured has equipped me for this exact place? That's not coincidence, that's confirmation. Divine trust is turning into divine transfer. You've graduated from being tested to being trusted. That's why doors are opening without introduction. That's why favor is finding you without formulas. That's why your name is rising in conversations you weren't part of, because this isn't promotion, it's positioning. Do you remember Esther? A woman who wasn't born into royalty, but was chosen for it. She entered the palace not to enjoy it, but to intercede within it. Who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this? Esther 4:14. She was sent, not celebrated, appointed for purpose, not approval, and like her, you weren't invited, you were deployed. Your silence has refined your vision. Your restraint has preserved your credibility. While others chased influence, you cultivated internal resonance. And now, that hidden resonance is becoming external radiance. Like a tuning fork vibrating at divine frequency, your presence doesn't just enter rooms, it resets them. Where you're going, titles won't matter, trust will. God is placing you where integrity trumps influence, where discernment is currency, where your calm doesn't just comfort, it steadies leaders, where your voice isn't loud, but it shakes lies loose from their hiding places. For nothing is hidden that will not be made manifest, nor is anything secret that will not be known and come to light. Luke 8:17. Bernie Madoff, once a respected financier and former NASDAQ chairman. His name was synonymous with success until the truth unraveled. Behind his polished persona was the largest Ponzi scheme in history. Billions lost, families ruined, trust shattered. The world trusted what sparkled, but heaven knew the rot beneath it. Because when character is absent, exposure is inevitable. Trust is never built on deception. It's revealed in silence, forged in integrity, and protected by reverence. Mountains are majestic because of the pressure beneath them. Trees bend in storms not to break, but to absorb energy without collapse, a phenomenon called elastic resilience in biomechanics. And your soul, it's adapted the same way. Elastic enough to stretch, anchored enough to stay rooted. You have become a sanctuary in human form. Like a woman named Thamara, a janitor in a hospital for 25 years, who prayed over each hallway during her night shifts, unseen, unthanked, unbothered. One night, during a code blue, it was her prayer that calmed the surgeon's shaking hands. "I don't know what came over me," he said, but she knew. It wasn't her voice, it was her vibration. This is the magnitude of what you carry. It isn't loud, it's legacy. It doesn't beg to be noticed. It changes what it touches. And now, that quiet current is pulling you into your next space. Not because you fought for it, but because you were faithful when no one watched. And maybe you've wondered, why me? Why was I chosen to carry something that no one seemed to understand? Because God doesn't give his rarest assignments to the loudest voices. He gives them to the clearest hearts, the ones who don't trade reverence for relevance, the ones who walk into chaos and become its calm, the ones who understand the value of a whisper in a world addicted to volume. You weren't called to dominate, you were called to discern. And now, Now is your moment to activate every truth you've protected in silence. You are the key, not to more noise, but to sacred unlocking. His master said to him, "Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over a little. I will set you over much. Enter into the joy of your master." Matthew 25:23, ESV. This is your invitation, not just into a new chapter, but into divine trust revealed. You're not walking in your own power. You're walking in what heaven has already written. Because spiritual trust doesn't show up as applause. It shows up as placement, intentional, sacred, and deeply orchestrated. You've already proven that you can sit in rooms where your voice was dismissed, where your loyalty was used but not valued. And yet, you served, you remained, you endured. And now, heaven is shifting the terrain beneath your feet. This isn't promotion as the world defines it. It's revelation. It's the moment when what was hidden under spiritual weight is finally seen without distortion. Have you noticed how your presence no longer fits where you once belonged? How silence is no longer painful but protective? That's not loss. That's divine movement. Are you beginning to sense that this shift is holy? That what once felt like rejection may have actually been redirection? You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Psalm 23:5. The ones who once misunderstood your silence will soon witness your voice, not raised in pride, but clothed in peace. Because God is revealing, not rewarding. What you've carried has always been weighty. Discernment that doesn't cut, but covers. Peace that doesn't pacify, but positions. Remember when Gideon was hiding, threshing wheat in secret. God saw him not as he was, but as he would become. The Lord is with you, mighty warrior. Judges 6:12. You are the same, chosen in quietness, called in obscurity, now being revealed. Your emotional endurance is not ordinary. It's sacred. The compassion you carry, it has generational implications. The wisdom in your pause, it's surgical. You don't wield swords, you shift frequencies. The architecture of your inner world has been built under pressure and tested through time. And yes, the warfare increased, not because you were misaligned, but because you were nearing revelation. Hell doesn't panic over empty potential. It panics when someone carries glory in silence. He who is faithful in a very little thing is faithful also in much. Luke 16:10. Take the story of Annika, a school nurse from a rural town. No cameras, no promotions, no awards. But for over 20 years she carried children through their darkest moments. Abuse disclosures, mental health breakdowns, family loss. No one clapped when she prayed over them after hours or bought them warm socks in winter. Yet today, nearly every adult in her town traces their stability back to a moment she chose to show up. That's trust. That's spiritual impact. Invisible, but undeniable. In contrast, Javier Llorente was once celebrated as a rising motivational speaker, flashy, charming, adored. But offstage, he manipulated clients, borrowed money he never returned, and emotionally abused his team. His fall was swift. And why? Because charisma cannot sustain what only character can carry. Revelation works both ways. It lifts the trusted, but it exposes the false. Have you ever watched a swan glide across the surface of still water? It appears weightless, serene, but beneath the surface it paddles with tireless force. That's you. People see your calm, but they don't realize the spiritual motion beneath. Your stillness is not stagnation, it's strength under tension, a living example of controlled grace. For the Lord sees not as man sees. Man looks on the outward appearance, but the Lord looks on the heart. 1 Samuel 16:7. You're not just holding the oil now, you are becoming the vessel through which heaven pours. You're not just managing the calling, you are embodying it. And yes, the weight was real, but now the weight shifts. You move not under pressure, but with power. Do you realize how much your restraint has shaped atmospheres? That when you held your tongue, you held a room together. That when you stayed, peace stayed with you. This is not the time to shrink. It's the time to stand, not in rebellion, but in resonance, not to be louder, but to be clearer. Be still and know that I am God. Psalm 46:10. Because this next movement in your life will not require explanations, it will require presence. And you've been prepared for this not with applause, but with alignment, not with shortcuts, but with stamina. This is what God gives to the rare ones, the ones who did not collapse when no one came, the ones who loved without cameras, forgave without recognition, endured without retaliation. You are not being elevated by man. You are being revealed by heaven. And when it happens, those with spiritual eyes will say, "Of course it was them. It was always them. You've gone through too much to wear this lightly." And now God says, "You were never hidden. You were being tempered." The rare ones don't shine because they try. They shine because they've burned through everything false. But here's what few truly understand. When heaven reveals someone, it doesn't just showcase their gifts, it highlights their roots. And your roots run deep. You didn't grow tall in the sun. You grew strong in the dark, watered by silence, nurtured by pressure, shaped by storms. There's a botanical principle in dendrology. Trees that grow in constant wind develop the strongest wood. This phenomenon, known as reaction wood, gives them the strength to stand even when hurricanes strike. You are that tree, chosen not for your height, but for your inner structure. That's why your discernment feels uncomfortable in shallow rooms. That's why your presence unsettles surface-level conversations. You weren't built to entertain. You were designed to shift atmospheres. You weren't sent to be loud. You were sent to be light. How many times have you walked into a room and felt the mood shift without saying a word? How many times have your boundaries been mistaken for arrogance, when in truth they were sacred protection? When God chooses someone rare, He doesn't just give them vision, He gives them velocity, and not the speed of chaos, but the divine cadence of purpose. This rhythm doesn't match the clock of the world. It moves by spiritual resonance. And only those tuned to heaven's frequency will recognize it. For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed. Romans 8:19. You don't walk alone. Even in isolation, you were never abandoned. You were walking beside a calling too weighty to share with anyone who hadn't first survived their own Gethsemane. Do you remember the way Jesus prayed in the garden, alone, sweating blood while His disciples slept? That kind of weight doesn't come with applause. It comes with agony, and only the rarest souls carry it with grace. You've been entrusted not just with oil, but with strategy, spiritual architecture, a design meant to outlast storms and bless generations. And now you are walking proof that obedience births alignment. Not always comfort, not always ease, but unmistakable alignment. There's a man named Tobias from Sao Paulo, not a preacher, not a public figure, just a mechanic. But every person in his neighborhood knew if you were broken, Tobias would help, no questions asked. His garage was small, but his impact was generational. One by one, former addicts, struggling fathers, broken teenagers found their way to his shop. They didn't come for repairs, they came for the unspoken presence that lingered there. That's the quiet power of a chosen one. That's what God deposits in the rare. And this matters now more than ever, because when the world celebrates performance, you protect presence. When the culture rewards noise, you steward stillness. That's not hesitation, it's holiness, and it's rare. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Matthew 5:8. You've endured the hidden refining. You've carried weights in silence that would have broken louder souls. You've learned not to announce the shift, but to embody it. Now, everything changes, not with a bang, with a breath. And those who once overlooked your gentleness will one day look back and realize it was strength in disguise. Because this is what God gives to the rare ones: authority without ego, power without pride, glory without noise. Not because you demanded it, but because you were ready for it. This isn't just about survival anymore. It's about stepping into spiritual embodiment, the convergence of calling and clarity. You're no longer walking just to recover. You're walking to reveal. Not for admiration, not for validation, but because heaven whispered in a language only your spirit could translate. This one can be trusted with more. And that trust didn't arrive on a stage. It formed in shadows. What does someone entrusted with rare fire do now? You walk with it, not ahead of it, not apologizing for it. You move like someone carrying frequencies others can't hear. You speak from it only when the atmosphere can receive it. You love with it, but without sacrificing yourself on altars where no one asked for intercession. You protect it, not because it's fragile, but because what is sacred is never meant to be common. You no longer try to convince those committed to spiritual surface. You don't waste words in rooms that worship noise but fear depth. You carry what Hebrews 12:28 calls a kingdom that cannot be shaken. You are stability in unstable times. Your presence unsettles those addicted to performance because your spirit operates by resonance, not reaction. Your silence becomes a message, your discernment a filter, your calm a confrontation. That's why some feel exposed around you. It's not judgment, it's alignment, and the unaligned will always resist what reveals them. There's an engineer in Ghana named Kojo. Quiet man, grew up fatherless, raised his younger siblings with hands that built shelters out of scrap metal. Now, in his mid-40s, he mentors youth in his village, not with lectures, but with listening. And people say, there's something about him. Yes, there is. It's the divine frequency of a trusted one, someone heaven assigned to be light, even in obscurity. You didn't choose this, but you've chosen to honor it. You don't walk with superiority, you walk with stewardship, because now you realize that spiritual maturity isn't loud, it's precise. It doesn't need to rush. It resonates. It doesn't broadcast. It builds. Be faithful with the little, and you will be ruler over much. Luke 16:10. This is what you're doing now, carrying the sacred in silence, letting your eyes speak where words would be wasted, letting your energy answer questions people don't even know they're asking. You've become what Romans 12:1 describes. A living sacrifice, holy and pleasing, not by performance, but by posture. Even artists carry this mantle. Agnes Martin, abstract painter and spiritual minimalist, known for her gentle grids and disciplined silence, once said, "Beauty is the mystery of life. It is not in the eye, it is in the mind." She painted in solitude, poured divine rhythm into horizontal lines, and rarely spoke. Yet those who stood before her canvases wept. That's the kind of energy chosen ones radiate. Quiet, but transformative. Not shouting, but shifting. And what of those who distort sacred trust? Sam Bankman-Fried, once hailed as a crypto wunderkind, built a financial empire on digital promises. His public persona was modest, cerebral, but behind the scenes he misused billions entrusted to him. He manipulated markets and lied to investors, not out of desperation, but belief that his intelligence made him untouchable. But when trust is treated like a commodity instead of a covenant, collapse is inevitable. His fall from grace didn't just bankrupt accounts, it shattered belief. That's what happens when a vessel is full of brilliance but devoid of spiritual integrity. Like the serpent in Genesis, deception never arrives loudly. It coils in logic, slithers in the tall grass of ambition. It doesn't strike first, it speaks first, softly, strategically. It questions identity. Did God really say? And the chosen ones know this voice, and that's why they don't rush. They watch. They sense the shift in spiritual frequency, and they move only when heaven nods. And still, there will be those who misunderstand you. They'll call your stillness aloofness, your clarity arrogance. But what they can't see is the weight of what you carry. You've cried in rooms no one else entered. You've prayed prayers that rearranged timelines. You've fought battles that weren't even yours, just because your spirit wouldn't allow injustice to pass untouched. You are not the same anymore. You don't beg to be seen because you were already seen by heaven. You don't fight to be heard because God has already whispered over you, "Well done, good and faithful servant." Matthew 25:23. And what now? You keep walking. You keep aligning. You let your light confront what words cannot. And you stay true, not to the image they want from you, but to the instruction you carry in your spirit. Because you know who you are. You know what you carry. And more importantly, the Creator who shaped you, set you apart, and trusted you from the beginning. He does too. So, if lately you've felt a pressure you couldn't name, a sensation like your every thought was echoing somewhere beyond this world, you weren't imagining it, you weren't being paranoid, you were being measured in silence, examined not by people, but by spirit. You were in a divine evaluation chamber, one that weighs not appearances but alignment. What were they listening for? The sound of your consistency when no one applauded. The rhythm of your patience when no one noticed. The resonance of your thoughts when only God heard them. Could it be that your internal compass was being tuned for something only few are ever asked to steward? Because here's the truth. Divine trust doesn't arrive with fireworks. It descends like dew, quiet, precise, and only on fields mature enough to receive it. When you were quiet and still, heaven was not. God was verifying that your inner posture would not collapse under the gravity of new glory. You passed. Not because you were perfect, but because you were honest. Because you didn't let bitterness shape your theology. Because you didn't curse the dark. You stayed lit inside it. Because you whispered praise when the wind tried to blow your hope out. Like David, who remained a shepherd long after he was anointed king, you stayed faithful in the field. The Psalms weren't written from a throne. They were born in caves, in shadows, in the hollow of exile. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. Psalm 34:18. That's not just a verse, it's a testimony. And now, as it was with David, your private worship is becoming public assignment. But here's the question. Will you recognize your moment of emergence when it doesn't look like the crowd imagined it would? Will you still move forward if your crown is invisible to them, but clear to God? Divine trust doesn't hand you a microphone first. It hands you silence and watches what you do with it. The humpback whale sings its song not for the surface, but for the depths. Below hundreds of meters, in pressure that would crush any fragile structure, its call can still be heard for miles. Why? Because it wasn't made for shallow waters. And neither were you. Your frequency wasn't designed for the surface crowd, but for those who dwell in depth. Oprah Winfrey, once labeled too emotional, too soft-spoken for primetime television, was dismissed, demoted, overlooked. But she kept showing up, not just in front of the camera, but within herself. She turned rejection into refinement, and her presence now redefines leadership, not through domination but depth. Real integrity is doing the right thing, knowing that nobody's going to know whether you did it or not, she once said. That's what chosen ones embody. Consistency in silence, power under control. But contrast that with Adam Neumann, founder of WeWork, charismatic, disruptive, and full of promise. His vision was vast, but his interior structure was shallow. He sold the image of community, but behind the curtain was ego, indulgence, and misalignment. He didn't just misuse resources, he mishandled trust, and the collapse that followed wasn't just economic, it was spiritual. That's what happens when charisma outpaces character. Trust is not gifted lightly. When heaven looks for stewards, it seeks those who don't crave attention, those who can walk through fire and come out radiant, not to be seen, but to shine. And now that shift you feel, that peace that stays even when the earth trembles, that is your confirmation. That's not motivation, that's placement. That's what it looks like when divine trust is not a feeling, but a frequency. The turbulence is behind you. The assignment is ahead. You're not being elevated for show. You're being positioned for impact. So when the doors start opening, when your name rises without your striving, remember this. What you carry is not for consumption. It's for transformation. And that's why you were chosen. That's why you had to endure what you did. You're not just entering favor, you're becoming it. Whoever can be trusted with very little can also be trusted with much, and whoever is dishonest with very little will also be dishonest with much. Luke 16:10. You're not simply stepping into a new season, you're stepping into a new atmosphere, one your soul was designed for, but your timeline had to grow into. It's not just that God is opening doors, it's that He's opening you. The shell that protected you is no longer needed. The skin that carried you through survival is now shedding. What remains is essence, purified, proven, and perfectly aligned. Have you ever seen a lobster during molting? When it grows too large for its exoskeleton, it must break free, leaving its outer protection behind. But in the hours that follow, it is soft, vulnerable, exposed. And it must trust the process of hardening anew. You've been in that space. Heaven allowed you to expand internally until your old covering, the habits, the expectations, the masks, could no longer contain you. And now your protection isn't in walls, it's in wisdom. Your defense isn't in volume, it's in vision. Your power isn't in resistance, it's in resonance. You've become a spiritual architect. You know how to discern frequency. You've learned how to sense when a room is aligned or out of phase. It's no longer about who claps the loudest. It's about who vibrates truth when the lights are off. This is why you may have found yourself pulled away from noise, from crowds, from shallow circles. You weren't isolating, you were tuning. Like a musician hears dissonance before the audience ever notices, you began picking up on every distortion. That's what it means to carry spiritual sonar, to feel what others dismiss. It's not a burden, it's a calling. Like Esther, who was brought into the palace not for beauty, but for timing, you've been placed not to blend in, but to interrupt. And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this? Esther 4:14. That wasn't just a verse, that was divine strategy. You weren't raised in fire to survive. You were refined in fire to disrupt patterns that others were too numb to see. And yes, it will unsettle people. Not everyone will clap. Not everyone will celebrate your softness paired with strength. But heaven didn't send you to be palatable. He sent you to be prophetic. That's why your voice doesn't echo like others. That's why your timing always feels out of sync with the crowd. Because you're not driven by clock, you're driven by kairos, Greek for divine time. Think of Shira, a midwife in ancient Egypt, unnamed in many stories, unseen in Pharaoh's court, yet she preserved the lives of countless Hebrew boys when ordered to end them. God honored her faithfulness in private with legacy. Exodus 1:15-21. You too have obeyed in hidden rooms. Now legacy is being written through your life. But what happens now that you're trusted with more? Will you keep returning to environments that no longer reflect your identity? Will you keep explaining your assignment to people who only understand comfort? Or Will you finally allow your alignment to speak louder than your explanations? Even in nature, the baobab tree stores water within itself for long droughts. It grows slowly, intentionally, invisibly, until one day it stands as a fortress in the wilderness, nourishing others simply by existing. You've been storing wisdom, storing grace, storing strategy. Now you are that tree, a shelter, a reservoir, a witness of what obedience looks like over time. And as heaven continues revealing you, don't worry if you still feel underformed in the eyes of others. They're looking for polish, but God is revealing depth. As one rabbi once said, God does not call the qualified. He qualifies the called. You're no longer being called. You are already walking in it. The eyes of the Lord search the whole earth in order to strengthen those whose hearts are fully committed to Him. 2 Chronicles 16:9. You've been found. You've been confirmed. Now you are being positioned, not by man, but by eternity itself. And in this next phase, you don't have to shout. You don't have to strive. You don't even have to knock. You just stand. Because the right doors don't open by effort. They open by frequency. And yours is finally in tune with heaven. You may not realize it yet, but the season of separation was never punishment. It was preparation. When God begins to trust someone with something holy, the first thing He often gives them is not a stage, but silence. Not a crowd, but a cave. Not celebration, but consecration. Why? Because the sacred is never poured into the unprepared. Have you noticed how certain flowers, like the night-blooming cereus, only bloom once a year, in complete darkness and only for a few hours? Why would something so beautiful be hidden for so long and for so few to see? Because its beauty was never meant to be common. It was meant to be rare. That's what you are. You were hidden not because you had nothing to show, but because what you carried wasn't ready to be exposed. Do you remember how it felt when God began to pull you away from certain people, certain platforms, certain patterns? At first, it looked like rejection, but now you can see it was redirection. Just like Joseph, thrown into a pit and later imprisoned, not because of disobedience, but because God was preparing him to feed nations. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Genesis 50:20. So, what if your obscurity was sacred? What if the delay was design? What if the silence was the sound of God, sealing something eternal inside of you? And what if you're not behind, you're actually ahead, because you've been prepared in private for a weight others can't carry in public? History repeats this theme. Emily Dickinson, one of the greatest poets in American literature, lived in isolation. Most of her nearly 1,800 poems were found only after her death. She didn't crave applause. Her soul resonated with depth. Her work, forged in solitude, became the voice of generations. That's what happens when a soul surrenders to the slow fire of becoming. In contrast, think of Elizabeth Holmes, the founder of Theranos. Hailed as a visionary in Silicon Valley, she promised a healthcare revolution but lacked the foundation of truth. She bypassed the inner work. Her technology failed, her credibility collapsed, and the platform she built on illusion crumbled, because divine trust can't be faked. When someone tries to carry glory without the weight of integrity, the fallout is inevitable. God doesn't rush rare ones. He doesn't microwave mantles. He slow cooks them over the fire of repetition, reflection, and reverence. It's in the quiet years that you learn to hear without noise, move without validation, and pray without proof. That's why your presence now feels different. It carries stillness that shifts rooms, depth that doesn't need to explain itself. Even in the animal kingdom, the octopus, one of the most intelligent creatures, doesn't build power through aggression. It camouflages, it observes, it studies, and when it moves, it's with precise grace. That's the Spirit now moving in you. You are not just called to speak, you are called to calibrate, not just to lead, but to carry divine frequency into places that forgot what peace felt like. You've become a resonator, spiritually tuned, quietly potent. But when you pray, go into your room, close the door and pray to your Father who is unseen. Then your Father, who sees what is done in secret, will reward you. Matthew 6:6. You've prayed in secret, you've wrestled in secret, you've grown in secret, and now God says, it's time, not to be loud, but to be clear, not to defend your difference, but to embody it, not to chase what is next, but to become what's been forming all along. The world doesn't need more noise. It needs voices that have been tested in silence. And you, chosen one, have earned the right to speak, not because of the crowd behind you, but because of the cross you carried alone. Chosen one, what God has placed in you is not common, and that's exactly why it's costly. The weight you carry, the wisdom you speak, the warfare you've endured, all point to the truth. You are one of the rare ones. God doesn't entrust depth to the distracted. He gives divine responsibility to those who have been refined in private, not those who crave the spotlight. You are rare because you were willing to be ruined for ordinary things. What heaven has deposited in you cannot be duplicated. That sensitivity you have to spiritual shifts, the way you carry burdens in silence, your hunger for truth when others settle for noise, that's not weakness. That's a mark of the remnant. Rare ones are often rejected first and revered later. But whether seen or unseen, God sees your stewardship and He rewards it in His timing, not theirs. You weren't made to blend in. You were born to break ground. Let this be your confirmation. The reason you've always felt different is because you are. The weight didn't crush you. It qualified you. The isolation wasn't punishment. It was preparation. Rare oil can't be processed in shallow places. And now, God is trusting you with revelation, favor, and influence that only the tested can handle. Declare it today with boldness. I receive what only the rare are given, and I will not waste it. You didn't survive all that just to play small now. You carry answers. You carry access. And when God gives something to a rare one, it's because He intends to do something exceptional through them. If this word stirred something deep in you, I invite you to continue the journey on my YouTube channel, where each message is tailored for those like you, chosen, rare, refined. You'll find prophetic encouragement, holy insight, and divine strategy for living in your calling. This is more than a channel. It's a home for the hidden ones stepping into visibility. And if you're here, it's because heaven led you. If this resonated, let your spirit respond with action. Tap the like button, not for me, but as a sign of agreement with what God has whispered to you. Share this with someone else who's been carrying weight in silence and needs a reminder of their rarity. Comment below with a bold declaration like, I'm one of the rare ones and I'm ready. And don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss a word meant to confirm your season. To those who have supported this channel in any way, through super thanks, encouragement, silent viewing, or prayer, thank you. Your presence is seen, your hunger is honored, and your obedience is not in vain. Whether you give or simply receive, you are part of something holy. You are part of this remnant, and heaven smiles every time you return here for more. Until we meet again, walk like the rare one you are. Don't explain it, embody it. Don't chase platforms, protect your purity. Don't seek validation. You've already been verified by heaven. May God continue to strengthen your discernment, expand your territory, surround you with protection, and bless you with wisdom that only the rare ones carry. You are not random. You are not replaceable. You are rare, and you were chosen for this. I'll see you in the next video. Not everything from God is public. Not every blessing makes noise when it arrives. Some things are so holy, so weighty, so laced with eternal purpose, that heaven must disguise them until the one who carries them has been fully purified by the process. And that's what you've been going through, isn't it? Because while others were asking, "Why haven't you blown up yet?" Or, "Why are you still hidden?" Or, "Why does your breakthrough seem delayed?" You knew deep down something greater was being guarded. You've always known you weren't built like everyone else. But what if the very thing that made you feel left out was actually heaven's way of keeping you set apart? What if your hiddenness wasn't punishment, but preservation? What if God was never ignoring you? He was protecting the rare thing inside you from exposure too soon. Comment 777 if something in your spirit just cracked open, because this isn't just a message, it's a summons. And to every chosen soul who has supported this sacred space, especially through super thanks, I don't just see your gift, I feel your alignment. You are helping preserve what God is building here, a space for the rare ones to remember who they are. Now lean in, closer, because this is not for the curious, it's for the called. You see, the kind of gift I'm talking about, God doesn't give it to the comfortable. He doesn't entrust it to the popular, the convenient, or the charming manipulators who know how to perform spirituality. He gives it to the ones who've been through the back alleys of destiny, the ones who have scars instead of spotlights, the ones who didn't get here by connections, but by consecration. He gives it to the ones who can be trusted not to turn the sacred into spectacle, the ones who've sat in silence long enough to hear the whisper behind the whirlwind, the ones who were willing to lose what others call status, just to keep their soul clean. But why you? Why did heaven single you out for this level of weight? Why was your training so private, so painful, and yet so precise? Why does it feel like everything in your life has been stripped down to bone just so something invisible could rise in its place? The answer will shake you, because what God gives to the rare ones carries more than just favor. It carries fire, and only those who've survived the crushing can carry it without misusing it. So, what is this rare gift? What is it God has hidden inside you so long that even you questioned if it was real? Why does your very presence shift rooms, agitate pretenders, and draw spiritual warfare you never asked for? You're about to find out. But just know this, the weight you carry is not a mistake. The long path was not a punishment. And what you've been entrusted with isn't just rare, it's royal. Let's go deeper now, because what comes next was sealed with your name before you even knew you were chosen. God's chosen ones, this is what God gives only to the rare ones. You've always heard about love, its vastness, its healing power, how it meets you in your frailty and wraps you in acceptance. But what if something deeper has been given to you, something rarer than love itself? What if what you carry isn't just a result of love, but of trust, divine, deliberate, and irrevocable? Love may rescue, but trust appoints. Trust says, I see what others overlook. I know the weight of your soul, and I still choose you. Can you feel the difference? When God loves you, you're embraced. But when He trusts you, you're activated. This trust isn't based on your public applause, your achievements, or your popularity. It's based on what God knows about you in secret, the part of you you haven't even fully grown into yet. Have you ever asked why you feel watched, weighed, and tested, even in seasons of silence? Why the load you bear seems disproportionately heavy compared to others? God doesn't entrust the fragile with holy burdens. He entrusts the rare. Like Moses, who was trusted to carry a staff that could part seas, Exodus 14:21, or like Mary, entrusted to carry the Messiah in her womb while still a teenager, Luke 1:30-31. They weren't merely loved, they were trusted. That trust set them apart, not for ease, but for elevation. And you were never chosen because your life would be easy, but because your soul could hold divine weight. Not the weight of success as the world defines it, but the weight of assignments camouflaged as agony. Isn't that what happened with Jeremiah? He cried, "Ah, Lord God, behold, I cannot speak, for I am a youth." Jeremiah 1:6. Yet God placed prophetic fire in his bones. He didn't need to be ready. He needed to be available. Could that be what's happening to you right now? You might feel unseen, but trust is never loud. It's intimate. It breathes in hidden spaces. It doesn't require confirmation. It becomes confirmation. Like Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the German theologian who resisted the Nazi regime and was executed for standing up for truth. Even in prison, he wrote letters that revealed a soul trusted by God, silent, unseen, but sovereign. His quiet obedience thundered through generations. Are you willing to hold your mantle even when no one claps? Clara, a single mother of 3, works night shifts and still finds time to speak life into the broken teenagers at her church. She carries no platform, no audience, yet heaven watches her faithfulness like royalty. Then there's Eli, a recovering addict who now mentors men coming out of prison. He says little, but when he speaks, it echoes freedom. These are not public heroes, they are sacred ones. Are you starting to see how rare you are? Pope John Paul II, the spiritual father of a generation, once said, "The future starts today, not tomorrow." He led not by force, but by faith, trusted to be the moral compass of millions even after surviving Nazi occupation. He too was marked by divine trust, not just love. Do you see the parallel? This kind of trust is not earned, it's remembered. Buried within you is a calling that precedes birth. You weren't sent into this world to coast through ease. You were sent as a gatekeeper of mysteries. And sometimes, the only confirmation you'll get is the ache in your chest that refuses to go away. Can you honor the ache as holy? Can you stop resenting the weight and start recognizing it as your divine credential? Jesus didn't choose Peter because he was flawless. He chose him because he was bold enough to fail forward. And even after Peter denied him 3 times, Jesus still said, "Feed my sheep," John 21:17. Why? Because love forgives, but trust recommissions. That's the kind of intimacy God has with you. You're not random, you're rare. Rare enough to be trusted with pain that births purpose. Rare enough to be given silence that hides sacredness. Rare enough to be chosen without announcement. And when the world overlooks you, heaven leans in. Because God's trust in you doesn't need a spotlight. It is the spotlight. And here's what they could never understand. You didn't just come out of it alive. You came out of it clean. You carried your truth through fire and never let it melt. Your hands didn't harden into fists. Your heart didn't calcify into bitterness. You still feel. You still hope. You still believe. Do you realize how rare that is in a world that rewards numbness? What kind of soul walks through betrayal and doesn't lose its ability to bless? Who survives collapse, yet refuses to become a cynic? You didn't just survive, you survived soft, you survived sacred. Like Joseph, who rose from the pit to Pharaoh's palace, Genesis 41, but never allowed power to poison his heart. Even when his brothers bowed before him, his first impulse wasn't revenge, it was mercy. He wept, he forgave, he embraced the same ones who discarded him. Can you see now why you weren't broken, only buried? The things you carried, silent and unseen, weren't punishments, they were proof. They were divine documentation that your shoulders could bear what others would drop in fear, not because you were flawless, but because you were formed differently. Like Ruth, who carried grief, widowhood, and displacement, yet stayed loyal to Naomi and positioned herself in a lineage that would birth the Messiah. Ruth 4:13-17. Was it ever about pain, or was it about placement? What if the very ache in your chest has been heaven's seal? What if the nights you cried alone were actually classrooms in disguise? Like a monarch butterfly breaking out of its chrysalis, your isolation wasn't abandonment, it was transformation. The pressure on your wings wasn't cruelty, it was preparation. Do you still think your story is ordinary? Tina, a quiet hospital janitor, spent 3 decades cleaning rooms no one thanked her for. But every patient she touched with a word of encouragement left a little more whole. One day, a nurse who had struggled with suicidal thoughts told her, "It was your smile every night that gave me one more day." Tina was never applauded, but heaven clapped every time she showed up. Then there's Omar, a former foster child who now leads a community center for troubled youth. When asked how he keeps going despite threats, funding cuts, and burnout, he said, "Because I remember being the kid no one remembered." He carries the weight not with bitterness, but with burdened compassion. Isn't that what real strength looks like? Immaculée Ilibagiza, the Rwandan genocide survivor and author of Left to Tell, spent 91 days hiding in a bathroom with 7 other women. She lost her entire family, but not her faith. She taught herself English through a Bible and emerged preaching forgiveness. Her story didn't end with survival, it was sealed by sacred endurance. Can you sense how your own scars might be sacred too? The psalmist wrote, "Those who sow with tears will reap with songs of joy." Psalm 126 verse 5. And Paul declared, "We are hard pressed on every side, but not crushed, struck down, but not destroyed." 2 Corinthians 4:8-9. These aren't just verses, they are spiritual fingerprints on your journey. You lived them, you wear them, you've become them. You weren't better, you were set apart. You weren't loud, you were anointed in silence. And the things you lifted without help, the emotional weights, the spiritual battles, the identity questions no one noticed, those were the certificates of heaven. Do you realize what it says about your design, that you're still here, still open, still loving? So don't ever doubt it again. Your softness is not weakness, it's your signature, it's your evidence. You made it through without losing your humanity. And in a world that teaches survival as hardness, that makes you holy. The truth is wild. You never applied for this life. You never asked to carry dreams that feel ancient or to wake up with grief that doesn't match your personal timeline. Sometimes you wonder, why do I feel things that never happened to me? Why does it seem like I inherited sorrow from generations I never met? This wasn't something you chose. You were chosen. You were selected to carry revelation you didn't request, to interpret atmospheres without words, to bear burdens that never introduced themselves politely. That's why when rooms grow noisy, you withdraw. Not out of fear, but clarity. Why stay in a space that confuses noise for depth? Why perform joy when you're carrying frequencies too sacred to fake? When someone asks why your smile doesn't always signal ease, it's because it never had to. Your smile is a boundary, not a broadcast. You've learned how to protect sacred space with grace. And when they wonder how you can be so tender, yet unmovable, it's because softness and steel were forged inside you like parallel rivers. You weren't trained in comfort. You were formed in fire, like Esther, who never asked to be queen. She never auditioned to save a people. Yet, when the time came, she said yes and walked into a palace filled with risk and divine purpose. "If I perish, she whispered. Esther 4:16. That's not fearlessness, that's trust. Trust that when God chooses you, He also equips you to hold what would crush another. And you've spent years practicing the discipline of invisibility, being your own witness when the room went silent, holding your clarity in secret. Who taught you how to do that? Who showed you how to listen between sentences and discern motives that never found words? That isn't normal perception, it's prophetic wiring. Have you ever wondered why you feel exhausted after being around people too long? Why certain faces seem to drain you while others ignite you? Catherine, a trauma counselor, often cries after sessions, not because of what clients say, but because of what they can't. She walks through hallways carrying echoes of unspoken pain, and no one notices. But heaven does. Then there's Miguel, a retired firefighter who still wakes up at 3 a.m., praying for strangers he rescued years ago. He doesn't talk about it. He just does it. He says he's not a man of words, but of weight. Does that sound familiar? Malala Yousafzai, the Pakistani Nobel laureate, never wanted to become the face of a global movement. She only wanted to go to school. But when hatred showed up with bullets, she showed up with courage. And not just courage, but compassion. She said, "With guns, you can kill terrorists. With education, you can kill terrorism." Do you understand now that those who are trusted often carry wisdom far older than their years? The prophet Isaiah described people like you when he said, "In quietness and in trust shall be your strength." Isaiah 30:15. And King David declared, "You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. My cup overflows." Psalm 23, verse 5. You've been seated at that invisible table for years, learning how to feast while still bleeding, learning how to walk with a full cup in an empty room. Like the great oak that doesn't bend to every breeze, your roots run deep. You don't announce your presence, you anchor it. And that's what separates you from the crowd, not performance. Presence, not sparkle, substance. Have you noticed how storms don't scare you anymore? How you can feel the room shift and stay centered anyway? The flashy kind of trust comes with applause. But the eternal kind, it comes with silence, with weight, with sacred loneliness. And yet, you've walked through every season without dropping what heaven handed you. You never needed to be told how rare that is. You are the evidence. Most people assume that divine trust comes dressed in favor. Titles, stages, promotions, the kind of public affirmation that draws applause. But those who've really been trusted by God know better. True trust doesn't shine, it presses. It lives in the silence. It hides in the tension between faith and fatigue. It wraps itself around your ribs as you carry burdens no one else can name, let alone lift. Can you feel that weight that no one else sees? Have you noticed how often your obedience is invisible? You don't get standing ovations for spiritual endurance. You don't get likes for not retaliating. But heaven has been recording what earth never noticed. Every time you chose intercession over revenge, every moment you clenched your jaw and swallowed the urge to speak in anger, that counted. Every time you knelt down to pray when the heavens felt closed and nothing around you shifted, that was trust in action. Not the dramatic kind, the holy kind, the kingdom kind. Hannah, barren and broken, cried in silence at the altar while Eli thought she was drunk. 1 Samuel 1:12-13. No one clapped for her tears. No one documented her ache. But God did. Her womb wasn't just opened, her faith birthed a prophet. Trust rarely looks impressive while it's forming. It only becomes majestic in retrospect. That's why your journey has felt so misunderstood. You weren't just trusted to hold the weight. You were trusted to hold it well. That's a different assignment. Not to carry it with pride or collapse in bitterness, but to steward it without losing your softness. To walk with a quiet flame and refuse to let the fire touch those who came too close. Isn't that what makes you rare? Robert, a high school music teacher, lost his wife to cancer and never missed a day of class. His students say his eyes carry a kindness that makes you cry for no reason. When asked why he still shows up, he said, "Because grief is heavy, but it doesn't excuse me from giving." That's what kingdom trust looks like in human skin. Then there's Lena, a full-time caretaker for her disabled brother. She hasn't had a vacation in 14 years, but no one would know it. Her laughter fills every room she enters. What they don't see is how she cries on the bathroom floor once everyone's asleep. Not to complain, but to release. She doesn't curse the weight. She blesses it. Could it be that you've done the same? Corrie ten Boom, the Dutch watchmaker who hid Jews during the Holocaust, survived Ravensbrück concentration camp. After the war, she spent her life preaching forgiveness, even to the guards who tortured her sister. She said, "There is no pit so deep that God's love is not deeper still." That's what maturity looks like. Not understanding the silence, but staying with God through it. David wrote, "You keep track of all my sorrows. You have collected all my tears in your bottle." Psalm 56, verse 8. And Paul reminds us, "Let us not grow weary in well-doing, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." Galatians 6:9. Nothing you've endured has been wasted. Heaven has counted every restrained word, every private battle, every sacred no. Like a volcano that burns deep beneath the surface, yet never erupts unless absolutely necessary. You've carried fire without destruction. That's discipline. That's restraint. That's trust. Do you know how rare that is in a world that celebrates explosions and ignores endurance? Have you realized that your restraint isn't weakness? It's evidence of spiritual royalty. Trust like this can't be taught in classrooms. It can only be formed in deserts. You've walked with God even when you didn't understand His timing. You stayed near when He felt far. And that level of maturity, that's not common. That's not taught. That's chosen. Every time you extended forgiveness with no applause, no spotlight, heaven noticed. Each tear shed in secret while your words poured strength into someone else became an invisible offering. You gave peace when your soul was running on fumes. You smiled when your spirit felt empty. You held space for others while no one held space for you. What if those moments weren't just episodes of endurance? What if they were spiritual qualifiers? Were you being prepared for a reality your eyes hadn't caught up with yet? The truth is, you've been training for realms you didn't even know existed. Realms of responsibility, realms of heavenly access. Could it be that your hidden sacrifices have been carving out unseen promotions? Could it be that your pain has not been proof of divine distance, but proof of divine preparation? Job didn't just suffer. He endured without cursing God, through loss, disease, and betrayal by his closest friends. And in the end, God said of him, "You have spoken of me what is right." Job 42:7. What if your own storm has been less about punishment and more about proving to the spiritual realm that you are trustworthy under pressure? Now the atmosphere is changing, but not because God suddenly sees you differently. He's always seen the whole picture. The shift is happening because you've started to see yourself rightly. The fog is clearing. You're no longer apologizing for your discernment. You're no longer downplaying your insight. You're recognizing that what you once called too much was actually too sacred to be wasted. Fatima, a refugee turned human rights lawyer, spent years being overlooked in classrooms and courtrooms. Her accent became her armor. Today, she defends children who've been trafficked across borders and says her pain taught her how to hear what others miss. Then there's Daniel, a janitor who spent 18 years sweeping the floors of a university. One night he gave a lost student advice that led the young man to win a national ethics competition. Daniel later said, "I might clean the halls, but I was never hired to be silent." Could it be that your hidden season has been your proving ground? Saint Teresa of Calcutta, known as Mother Teresa, spent decades serving in silence. Yet even she admitted to feeling spiritual emptiness. In a letter she wrote, "The silence and emptiness is so great that I look and do not see, listen and do not hear. Still, she never stopped serving. She didn't need spiritual fireworks to keep moving. That's the kind of soul heaven trusts with global influence, one that doesn't depend on comfort to stay faithful. Paul wrote, "Our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us." Romans 8:18. And Peter declared, "These trials will show that your faith is genuine. It is being tested as fire tests and purifies gold." 1 Peter 1:7. You weren't just surviving storms. You were being refined in them, purified, not punished, shaped, not shamed. Have you noticed how you carry peace into spaces that used to overwhelm you? How you can now discern manipulation without absorbing it? How your softness didn't die, it evolved into discernment. That's what refinement looks like. Not losing your core, but fortifying your character. Not closing your heart, but sealing it with wisdom. Like deep ocean coral, you've been formed by pressure in dark waters. Yet now you anchor the whole ecosystem with unseen strength. You don't require recognition. You radiate revelation. Have you started to realize that what once looked like suppression was actually preservation? This next chapter of your life isn't random reward. It's the natural result of spiritual trustworthiness. God doesn't throw crowns at untested hearts. He builds altars on them. And you've become one. Not by seeking a title, but by becoming a temple. Not by striving to be great, but by stewarding what was sacred in silence. So here's the deeper truth, the kind few are allowed to carry. God didn't just count your faith, He counted your restraint, the way you swallowed words that could have scorched bridges, the way you stayed seated when ego begged you to stand, the way you kept your hands clean while others threw dirt. Do you realize how rare that is? How few souls are entrusted with silence as sacred strategy? He didn't just watch when you trusted Him, He watched when He could trust you. That's the kind of trust that separates servants from stewards. You didn't just say yes with your mouth, you said yes with your reactions, your restraint, your refusal to retaliate. That's the level of maturity that can't be taught. It has to be chosen, lived, tested. Have you ever wondered why your battles were more private than public? Why the ones who misunderstood you were allowed to stay near? Because God wasn't proving you to them. He was proving you to heaven. And heaven saw it all. The moments when you wept quietly just to keep your peace. The nights when your tears baptized your pillow while you prayed for the very people who pierced you. The hours you stood still in storms so others could believe stability was possible. What the world calls grace, heaven calls trained under fire. Jesus modeled that very restraint when He stood before Pilate and said nothing. Matthew 27:14. He could have summoned angels. Instead, He chose silence. Why? Because true authority doesn't need to shout. It doesn't need to perform. Have you realized how your calm unnerves people more than chaos ever could? Jasper, a 72-year-old former pastor, now runs a food pantry out of his garage. He rarely speaks of his past. Few know he once lost his entire congregation to scandal he didn't cause. But he never defended himself. He just kept showing up. He says, if God believed the truth, that was enough. Then there's Alina, a nurse who stayed behind during a chemical plant explosion to comfort a dying man whose family couldn't reach him in time. She told no one. The hospital only found out because the man's daughter wrote a letter after his passing. Do you see now how trust is tested in quiet moments the world forgets? Nelson Mandela, after 27 years in prison, emerged not with vengeance but vision. He said, "As I walked out the door toward my freedom, I knew if I didn't leave my bitterness behind, I'd still be in prison." That's not just self-control, that's anointed discipline. That's what spiritual refinement under pressure produces. Scripture says, "To whom much is given, much will be required." Luke 12:48. And in Proverbs 17:27 it says, "The one who has knowledge uses words with restraint, and whoever has understanding is even-tempered." You've lived that verse without ever quoting it. You've become it. Your fruit will speak, but few will know the roots. Few will see how deep they had to stretch in dry seasons. Few will know the cost of your clarity, the quiet war behind your calm. But God knows. And the fire that tried to burn you only baptized your voice. The silence that tried to smother you only sharpened your discernment. The weight that could have crushed someone else became a crown in your hands. Like the rare pearl formed over years in darkness, pressure, and stillness, you were never handed this by chance. You were formed into it. You didn't just receive an anointing, you grew strong enough to wear it without worshipping it. Have you noticed how your reverence for the assignment has become more sacred than the outcome? This was never a random blessing. It was a spiritual assignment, wrapped in misinterpretation, wrapped in the ache of invisibility, wrapped in burdens meant to sanctify, not shame. But you carried it all with reverence. You didn't drop the mantle. You didn't curse the silence. You didn't trade your softness for safety. And God never forgot that. Never. Here's what's unfolding now. Not by force, not by striving, not by performance. What's shifting in your life is not a reward, it's a reveal, because of how you walked in silence, because of how you stayed soft in a harsh world, because of how you kept showing up even when no one noticed the cost. The frequency you've lived on in private is now unlocking doors in the spirit without permission slips. Have you ever wondered why certain things are aligning without explanation? Why favor is finding you where applause never did? This isn't promotion, it's placement. This isn't about you chasing platforms, it's about platforms chasing your presence. Not because of effort, but because of energy. Not because of charisma, but because of consistency. You've become a vessel that carries more than words. You carry witness. Witness to pain, to healing, to the weight of obedience done without audience. And now, the same atmosphere you once quietly discerned is beginning to shift around you. Do you feel it? This is where divine trust turns into divine transfer. You're stepping into rooms that weren't on your vision board, and it may feel unfamiliar at first, like you've entered through a back door with no formal welcome. Don't be alarmed by the absence of invitations. That's how God operates when He's positioning a soul, not promoting a resume. Why? Because you weren't invited, you were sent. Nehemiah wasn't invited into the courts of rebuilding. He asked permission from a king, but his true commission came from heaven, Nehemiah 2:4-5. He wasn't trained as an architect, he was appointed by brokenness, and his burden became his blueprint. Could it be that what broke you in one season is now the very thing qualifying you for the next? Gillian, a former public school teacher turned crisis counselor, never planned on working in war zones. But when a major NGO needed someone to mediate trauma between child survivors and foreign aid teams, her name kept coming up. Not because she was the most qualified, but because her calm was contagious. Then there's Andre, a quiet data analyst who caught the CEO's attention, not for numbers, but for how he handled conflict with integrity. Now he sits in strategy meetings that used to be closed door. Could it be that the rooms you're entering now are shaped more by your presence than your pitch? Maya Angelou, the legendary poet and voice of generations, once said, "I've learned that people will forget what you said, but people will never forget how you made them feel." That's why God is sending you, not because of how loud you speak, but because of the frequency you carry. Your being has become its own language, and heaven is fluent in it. Jesus said, "You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you." John 15:16. Paul writes, "We are God's workmanship, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance." Ephesians 2:10. And Isaiah proclaims, I have put my words in your mouth and covered you with the shadow of my hand. Isaiah 51:16. You're not improvising. You're walking into prepared things, pre-anointed, pre-marked, pre-designed. You've become the kind of person God places, not promotes. Why? Because placement carries a different weight than position. Positions are earned, placements are entrusted. And when you walk into your next room, don't flinch, don't shrink. Don't wait for permission to be what heaven already confirmed. Have you noticed how your presence now makes noise even when you're silent? How your stillness now confronts performance without lifting a finger? Like the tide that shifts entire coastlines without warning, you're not meant to crash. You're meant to reform. You're not a wave, you're the undercurrent. What you carry isn't ornamental, it's foundational. And those who sense it will either run to your light or retreat from their own shadow. So don't wait for the applause. Trust the assignment. Trust the placement. Because when God trusts you with an atmosphere, He doesn't send you for validation. He sends you for alignment. You didn't come to take up space. You came to shift it. You've already demonstrated strength where it mattered most, when no one clapped. You've already proven that you can carry sacred weight without recognition, hold light without asking for applause, and stay faithful without witnesses. But now, heaven is shifting the audience. You're about to be seen, not by those who drained your presence, but by those who discern its power. Not by the ones who only understood you when you were serving their needs, but by those who honor what you carry as holy, even when it's quiet. Have you ever felt like your silence was louder than their noise? Like your discernment disoriented those who were only looking for charisma? This next unveiling is not about being useful, it's about being recognized. Not for your effort, but for your essence. For the mantle you didn't ask for, but never dropped. Can you sense it coming? The moment where the right eyes open, and suddenly what was hidden becomes honored. God is not just exposing your gifts, He's validating your soul. Just like Samuel overlooked Eliab and chose David instead, 1 Samuel 16:7, not for appearance but for alignment. The Lord does not look at the things people look at. The Lord looks at the heart. 1 Samuel 16:7. You've been readied in fields far from the platform, and now the field is becoming the stage. Amari, a quiet sculptor, spent 2 decades creating pieces in obscurity. One day, a curator stumbled upon his basement workshop and wept. She said his work felt like prayer in stone. It was never about going viral. It was about going deep. Then there's Elena, a hospice volunteer whose presence alone calms even the most anxious patients. One nurse said, "It's like peace walks in when she enters." Do you see how spiritual trust doesn't need headlines to make history? Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, the Nigerian author and speaker, once said, "Your silence will not protect you, but your alignment will. And now that you're aligned, you won't need to shout to be seen. Your frequency will find the ones calibrated for you. Your presence will unlock doors that strategy never could." Why? Because this isn't networking, it's divine convergence. Jesus said, "A prophet is not without honor, except in his own town." Mark 6:4. But even when rejected, he still moved in power. Joseph was betrayed by his brothers, forgotten in prison, and still became Pharaoh's right hand. Stephen was stoned by the crowd, yet saw heaven open before he died. Acts 7:56. Their worth was never measured by mass approval. It was sealed by divine recognition. Isaiah writes, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." Isaiah 61. That glory isn't borrowed, it's born. And the ones who are now being drawn to you aren't coming for personality. They're coming for presence. Have you realized that you're no longer seeking rooms? The right rooms are seeking you. Like the aurora borealis, rare, silent, undeniable, You didn't need to perform to be powerful. You just needed to stay in position. And now the light is breaking through. The ones who are arriving now won't need an explanation. They'll recognize the residue of sacred fire. They'll hear your stillness and know it came from storms. They'll feel your frequency and know it was forged in reverence. So don't flinch when it starts to happen. Don't shrink when the invitation comes. You've already proven you can be trusted in the shadows. Now, heaven is showing what happens when light meets the right lens. Not to decorate, but to deploy. Not to impress, but to ignite. You're not being promoted. You're being revealed. And there's a sacred difference. Promotion implies you climbed. Revelation means you've been seen. This isn't about you rising into something new. It's about something ancient rising out of you. What's unfolding now is not a reward for effort. It's a recognition of essence. Have you sensed that this moment isn't about becoming more? It's about finally being witnessed for what's already true. You've carried divine qualities in silence, compassion that doesn't perform, but breaks generational chains in quiet spaces. Discernment so sharp it shields without ever raising a blade. Patience so refined it became someone else's protection even before they knew they were in danger. And now, heaven is echoing. It's time to move with the same authority, but without the same weight. Do you feel the atmosphere loosening around your shoulders? Do you sense the burden lifting, not because the mission changed, but because the season did? Jesus didn't just appear on the scene. He was revealed after 30 years of hidden obedience. At his baptism, the heavens opened and God declared, "This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased." Matthew 3:17. Not after miracles, not after crowds, but after obscurity. That's the kind of unveiling that's happening for you. Not because you've suddenly become worthy, but because the time has come. Priya, a mother of 5, spent years caring for her bedridden mother-in-law while running a home-based seamstress business. No one knew she was also mentoring teen girls through anonymous letters. This year, one of those girls became the youngest female mayor in her city and credited "a woman who believed in me before I knew who I was." Priya never asked for recognition, she just was. Then there's Marcus, a military veteran who now walks his neighborhood, praying silently for each home. He doesn't lead a church, but demons flee when he passes. Could it be that God has been revealing you to atmospheres before he reveals you to audiences? Dr. Edith Eger, a Holocaust survivor turned clinical psychologist, wrote, "Your pain is your strength. It will either destroy you or reveal you. And you didn't let it destroy you. You let it shape you, mold you, refine you. And now your soul carries the kind of energy that changes rooms, not with noise, but with knowing. Have you noticed how your presence confronts things without a word? How your peace now says what your voice never had to?" Paul wrote, "The creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed." Romans 8:19. And Isaiah prophesied, "Your vindication will shine like the dawn, your salvation like a blazing torch." Isaiah 62:1. This unveiling is not optional, it's ordained. It's not to impress, it's to align. Deborah, the prophetess and judge, was not promoted by men. She was positioned by God, Judges 4:4-5. She sat under a palm tree and ruled nations, not with a crown, but with clarity. And when the time came, she led armies with prophetic insight. That's the kind of authority rising in you now. Not the loud kind, the accurate kind, the kind that heaven trusts. You're no longer moving to prove anything. You're moving to protect what's sacred. Like tectonic plates under the surface, your positioning has been slow, deliberate, unseen, but now it's shifting, and with it everything above is realigning. Have you realized that you're not just walking into a new season? You are the new season breaking through. Like the sunrise that reveals a mountain that was always there, you didn't change. You became visible. What was concealed is now confirmed, not with a trumpet, but with trust, not with hype, but with holy weight. This is what revelation feels like, not a spotlight, but a stillness. And now you move lighter, not because the call diminished, but because your spirit is no longer dragging history behind it. God is not just lifting the burden, He's transferring the authority. What once crushed you will now crown you, not because the journey is over, but because the hiding is. And you're still who you've always been. Now the world gets to see it. Let me offer you something sacred, something personal, yet prophetic. The warfare didn't intensify because you lost your way. It intensified because the enemy recognized what you were carrying. That resistance, it wasn't proof of failure. It was evidence of fire, of oil, of divine weight that hell hoped you'd never uncover. Have you considered that you've never been under attack for who you were, but for what you carry? Empty vessels don't get ambushed. Oil bearers do. And you were carrying more than you realized. Revelation, discernment, frequency. But now, you're not just carrying it, you're becoming it. You've shifted from vessel to embodiment, from protection to power. Have you begun to feel the difference in your posture? Not prideful, but precise. Not louder, but clearer. Not desperate, but deeply trusted. Elijah didn't run because he was weak. He ran because his fire had just exposed a kingdom of darkness. 1 Kings 19:3-5. And even in exhaustion, God met him, not with rebuke, but with sustenance. Because heaven knows when its prophets are battle-worn. Could it be that your battles haven't been setbacks, but sacred signals that you're becoming what your calling always pointed toward? You're not just surviving anymore. You're stepping into your spiritual role, not for applause, not for attention, but because heaven whispered, this one can be trusted with more. And when heaven says that, it doesn't mean more attention. It means more authority. Have you noticed the shift? That peace now follows your voice. That your silence corrects the room more than arguments ever could. Karim, a former youth pastor turned social worker, was nearly destroyed by betrayal from within his own church. But instead of turning bitter, he turned toward broken teens, building a sanctuary without walls. He says, "What hurt me taught me where the bleeding was." Then there's Mila, a quiet foster mother who's raised 14 children in her lifetime, never demanding recognition. Each child remembers her, not for rules, but for radiance. These are the ones who don't just carry oil, they become light. Beth Moore, a Bible teacher and prophetic voice for a generation, once said, "You can't amputate your history from your destiny." And that's exactly what your life has proven. You didn't need your past to be perfect. You just needed to stay in position. And now, everything is aligning not because you earned it, but because you endured it. Paul declared, "We are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed, struck down, but not destroyed." 2 Corinthians 4:8-9. David wrote, "You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows." Psalm 23 verse 5. And Jesus said, "To him who has been faithful with little, more will be given." Luke 19:17. This is your more, not measured in followers or fame, but in flow. Not in titles, but in territory. Are you starting to see the power you now carry without needing to prove it? You were forged in fire, but you weren't burned. You were anointed. And now you carry a stillness that confronts storms. Like a mountain shaped over millennia of pressure, you've emerged immovable. Have you realized how few can stand where you stand and still bless the ground beneath them? This isn't about survival anymore. It's about reign, not dominance, but dominion, not striving, but spiritual assignment. And you didn't volunteer, you were chosen. This is not about being the loudest voice. This is about becoming the clearest frequency. What you carry now carries you. and you are trusted with more, not because you asked for it, but because your life proved you wouldn't drop it. So what now? What do you do when you've become the vessel, when you've endured the pressure, when the oil no longer leaks? It leads. You walk with it, not arrogantly, but reverently. You move forward without trying to convince anyone of your fire. You speak from the center of it, but only when heaven prompts. You no longer give away your energy for applause. You don't rescue those still addicted to shallow wells. You simply carry what's sacred and let the weight of your presence say what words never could. Do you realize how rare that is in a world still chasing noise? Do you see how powerful it is to speak only when necessary and be heard in frequencies deeper than sound? This isn't about visibility, it's about vibration. When your prayers begin to shift rooms more than your plans ever could, you stop explaining your posture. You start protecting your peace, not because you're fragile, but because what you carry is holy. Jesus didn't throw pearls before swine, Matthew 7:6. He walked among crowds, but revealed himself to the ones ready to receive. You've learned this. Revelation is not for the curious, it's for the consecrated. You no longer bleed for those who mock the altar. You pour for those whose hunger opens heaven. Raymond, a prison chaplain, stopped giving sermons when he realized his silence had become more convicting than his words. He now walks the halls without notes, just presence. One inmate said, "I don't know what he believes, but when he's here, I stop hearing the voices in my head." Then there's Soraya, a florist who prays over every bouquet she arranges. She says flowers don't need to shout to heal. Neither do you. Mr. Rogers, the gentle voice of generations, once said, "You rarely have time for everything you want in this life, so you need to make choices. Hopefully your choices can come from a deep sense of who you are." You're making that choice now. You're choosing to protect the rare fire in your eyes. You're choosing to stop apologizing for prayers soaked in tears. You're choosing to carry mystery without the urge to decode it for people still addicted to performance. David wrote, "Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life." Psalm 23, verse 6. Paul urged, "Do not quench the spirit." 1 Thessalonians 5:19. And Isaiah prophesied, "You will be called priests of the Lord, ministers of our God." Isaiah 61:6. That's what you are now. Not just a survivor, not even just a warrior, a minister of weight, a steward of sacred frequency. Mary Magdalene walked with Jesus through death, silence, and resurrection. She didn't need a stage. He trusted her to carry the first message of resurrection, John 20:16-18. Why? Because she knew what she carried. She stayed when others scattered. Can you see how your stillness now speaks louder than your striving ever did? Like a lighthouse anchored in stone, you shine, not to be noticed, but to guide. You don't run into every storm. You stand and become a signal, and the ones meant to reach shore will always find your light. Have you begun to realize you are no longer looking for the call? You are the call. You don't need to explain the tears in your prayers. You don't owe anyone a breakdown of why your presence disturbs shallow waters. You're not here to be palatable. You're here to be true. And the one who called you knows exactly what he placed inside you. So, what now? You walk with it. You love through it. You protect it. Not because it's weak, but because you're strong enough to honor it. And God? He never forgot. And now, neither will you. So, if you've felt eyes on you lately, not human, but holy, if you've sensed the air shift when you walked in, the atmosphere tighten in your dreams, or the weight in your chest when you tried to rest, you weren't imagining it. You've been in a divine evaluation room, not a room of judgment, a room of discernment, a spiritual place where heaven measured not your performance, but your private alignment. Has your obedience become instinct? Has your tone been steeped in reverence? Have your thoughts been purified in the furnace of restraint? These weren't random impressions. This was sacred surveillance. You were being watched, but not to disqualify you, to confirm you. Not as a candidate, but as a carrier. God has been searching for someone who could be entrusted with influence without becoming addicted to it. And you, through silence, through inner tremors, through moments no one else noticed, you said yes without words. Esther didn't walk into the palace for luxury. She was evaluated in silence. 12 months of preparation. Esther 2:12. 12 months of no stage, no validation, no guarantees. Just daily refinement in the inner chamber. But when the time came, the king extended his scepter. Esther 5:2. Why? Because the throne recognized the posture of one who had been prepared in stillness. And you, like Nehemiah, who inspected the ruins at night before speaking a single word, Nehemiah 2:13, you've been evaluated in how you respond to broken things. Did you curse the ruin or ask for the blueprint? Did you seek applause or assignment? The fire wasn't random, it was certification. Psalm 66:10 says, "For you, O God, tested us. You refined us like silver." You've been refined, not for show, but for stewardship too. Timothy 2:15 commands, "Do your best to present yourself to God as one approved, a worker who does not need to be ashamed." You've done that. And Psalm 17:3 declares, "Though you test me, you will find nothing. I have resolved that my mouth will not sin." That's your record in heaven. Ask yourself now, have you realized the rooms you were locked out of were training grounds? Did you know the silence was teaching you what volume never could? Have you started to sense that the warfare wasn't punishment, but promotion in disguise? What if the delay was heaven's way of protecting your clarity? Have you noticed how your discernment grew sharper when no one was listening? And now that they are, will you still speak from the throne room, not the crowd? Makoto, a sound engineer, worked 20 years behind the curtain before being asked to lead an orchestra. When asked why, the conductor said, "Because you've learned to listen for what others miss." Ileana, a midwife, has walked hundreds through labor, but carries a Bible in her back pocket. She says, "Delivering in silence is harder than shouting commands, but it births stronger futures." So too with you. And like clouds forming before rain, your weight was accumulating in silence. No announcement, no storm. But when heaven was ready, it poured. The evaluation wasn't a trap, it was a transfer. And now that it's complete, you won't have to ask for confirmation. This is what happened with Chadwick Boseman. While millions praised his strength on screen, few knew the depth of his strength off it. He filmed physically demanding roles, Black Panther, Marshall, Dar 5 Bloods, all while silently enduring stage 3 colon cancer. He never posted about his pain. He never asked for pity. Instead, he gave the world excellence without explanation. And when he passed, the world stood still. Not because he shouted, but because his silence carried weight. He wasn't looking for applause. He was living for assignment. And that is why he became eternal. Because some crowns are given not with noise, but with reverence. You are the confirmation. So what's the verdict? You passed. Not barely, not in delay. You passed in full. Your humility was your armor. Your restraint was your sword. And your presence is the evidence. Heaven is not waiting. Heaven has moved. And now, so must you. The shift isn't coming, it's already moving, like tectonic plates beneath your spirit. But this time it won't feel like collapse, it'll feel like calm. That's how you'll know it's divine. The earth may tremble, but your soul won't. Why? Because this isn't just favor, it's entrustment. You've entered a spiritual atmosphere where peace isn't seasonal, it's structural. It no longer depends on external conditions. It's coded into your nervous system like an ancient seal. Can you feel it? The absence of panic, even in the face of uncertainty. The stillness in your bones when everything around you stirs. Isaiah 26:3 promises, You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast because they trust in you. That's no longer just a verse for you. It's your vibration. It's your spiritual frequency. You've traded reaction for resonance. And now, what used to shake you becomes something you interpret, not something you absorb. Most people mistake God's trust for visibility. But what if trust doesn't give you a stage? It gives you stamina. What if trust looks like Joseph in Pharaoh's prison, interpreting dreams no one saw him interpret? What if it looks like Ruth, gleaning in Boaz's field without demanding a title? What if it looks like John the Baptist, shouting in the wilderness without needing a crowd? And yet, all three were trusted to shift kingdoms. John 2:24 says, "But Jesus would not entrust himself to them, for he knew all people." That's the kind of discernment God trusted you with, the power to feel without bleeding, the gift of silence that produces revelation. Have you noticed how certain rooms don't intimidate you anymore? How the chaos no longer provokes you to abandon your peace? That's because the divine frequency you carry now outranks external noise. Peace has become your power. Alba, a first-grade teacher, carries trauma she's never named aloud, but her students weep in her presence without knowing why. Shamar, a former gang member, now sits in city hall meetings with fire in his belly and gentleness in his tone. Neither wears a title. Both carry trust. The wind doesn't ask permission before it shifts direction, but it always honors gravity, and like that, you've become grounded enough for God to shift you without breaking you. Your peace is no longer delicate. It's fortified. You were trusted with rejection and didn't retaliate. You were trusted with delay and didn't detach. You were trusted with silence and you turned it into wisdom. You were trusted with grief and didn't become bitter. What could God give someone like that, if not more? That's the kind of peace Dr. Miles Monroe carried. He didn't clamor for influence, he cultivated wisdom, and through decades of teaching, mentoring, and stewarding global leaders in quiet strength, he proved that true authority doesn't shout. It doesn't need lights or applause. It radiates. Even after his passing, his teachings continue to unlock identity and kingdom purpose for millions. He wasn't famous because he was loud. He was entrusted because he was aligned. Now the question is, are you prepared to carry more peace than applause? Can you be entrusted with greater weight without greater visibility? Will you protect what is sacred even when no one affirms it? Have you made peace your identity, not your outcome? Do you recognize that God didn't just rescue you from fire, He made you fireproof? And when the room shifts in your favor, will you still move like one who walks with God, not with ego? This next dimension isn't a reward, it's a placement, like rain that knows when to fall, like light that knows when to stay hidden behind clouds. And you're not just stepping into more, you're stepping into who you've always been. Entrusted, not elevated. Planted, not propped. Confirmed, not campaigning. What happens next won't be chaos, it will be clarity. And not even an earthquake can disrupt the soil God has rooted you in. And here's what few understand. When you've been trusted by God this deeply, your life starts to defy logic. Doors open without keys. Mountains move without noise. Favor flows through unlikely pipelines. And people who once dismissed you now feel unnerved in your stillness because they can sense it. Something has changed. But the truth is, you didn't change to become someone new. You simply shed what no longer matched your assignment. Psalm 18:35 says, "Your gentleness has made me great, not your charisma, not your status, not your defense. Gentleness, the kind that's forged through spiritual pressure, not personality polish." And now, God isn't just surrounding you with peace, He's surrounding others with peace through you. You've become a stabilizer in a shaking world, a silent intercessor in atmospheres of noise. Your clarity is disrupting confusion. Your frequency is decoding manipulation. Remember Mr. Hiroshi, the 64-year-old janitor who never spoke unless necessary, but whose quiet presence made bullies retreat and hurting kids feel safe. He wasn't rich, he wasn't known, but heaven knew him. And when he passed, the entire school wept, not because he was loud, but because he was trusted. Or Jade, the mother of 3 who has prayed silently over her husband's alcoholism for 15 years without bitterness, speaking healing instead of curses. That's divine trust. But there are those, like Elizabeth Holmes, who sought influence without alignment. She was trusted by man, not by God, and the structure collapsed, because influence without integrity is sabotage in disguise. So ask yourself, am I willing to be trusted when it looks like obscurity? Do I value peace over platform? Have I mastered the art of withholding words until heaven gives release? Can I be the answer in a room that doesn't clap? Your presence will now do what your explanations once tried to, because spiritual trust comes with weight, not volume. Like a conductor's baton, it's small in appearance, but commands symphonies. Like the moon, silent, yet pulling tides. Like Greta Thunberg, whose unwavering stillness and prophetic clarity has unsettled political rooms across continents, not with aggression, but with essence. God isn't trusting you with more to impress people. He's trusting you to govern atmospheres, to carry calm like an authority, to speak fire only when necessary, and carry dew the rest of the time. Because what you carry now isn't for display, it's for deployment. Romans 8:19 reminds us, "For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed." And now that unveiling has begun, not with noise, but with knowing. So let them wonder. Let them guess why things align when you walk in. Let them speculate how your silence carries so much spiritual voltage. They won't know it's because you were trusted in the shadows first. That your crown was fitted in rooms no one saw. That God trusted you before man recognized you. And now, you're not just known, you're placed. And now that you've come this far, not just by strength, but by sacred endurance, pause, breathe. Let your spirit kneel, even if your body doesn't, because what you've carried wasn't casual, and what you're stepping into won't be either. This is where you seal it, not with noise, but with surrender. This is where heaven listens. This is where trust becomes covenant. Let this prayer rise from the place only you and God know. Father, you saw me before they saw me. You trusted me in rooms no one entered. You whispered purpose into my bones when I still called it pain. Thank you for trusting me, not with ease but with weight, not with titles but with tasks wrapped in silence. I don't ask for spotlight, I ask for alignment. Make me a vessel that doesn't spill what you've poured in. Teach me to carry it with reverence, to walk in rooms without needing validation, to govern atmospheres with presence, not performance. Thank you for the tears that taught me discernment, for the delays that shaped my endurance, for the seasons where I held peace when no one held me. Let every unseen yes echo in heaven as faithfulness. I surrender again to the kind of trust that doesn't come with applause, but comes with assignments. I receive what's next, not as a reward, but as a responsibility. Let me not waste the oil you placed in me. Let me not lose compassion while carrying strength. Let me not forget that you saw fit to entrust me with what would have crushed someone else. I move forward now, not louder, but clearer, not for attention, but for impact, because you trusted me and I trust you back. In Jesus' name, amen. And now, chosen one, as this word settles into your spirit like oil, finding every crack you once thought made you unworthy, let the truth land gently but deeply. This trust from heaven was never random. It was precise. It was generational. It was sacred. You were never just the survivor. You were the sanctuary. You were never just the one who made it through. You were the one marked by God to carry what others would have dropped, and to carry it without bitterness. You weren't given endurance because you were strong. You were given trust because you were consistent, because you remained tender in a world that tried to harden you, because you stayed aligned in rooms that tried to scatter you, because you kept choosing the narrow road, not for applause, not for proof, but because something in you already knew it's what you were built for. So no more shrinking, no more hiding, no more apologizing for the presence that unsettles surface-level spirits, or the fire in your eyes that comes from having survived your own internal wars with grace. God didn't just love you, He trusted you. And now He's placing you where that trust becomes visible, not through a title, not through fanfare, but through divine positioning, through moments that don't make sense to the crowd, but make perfect sense to heaven. This next chapter isn't a promotion, it's a revelation, a revealing of who you've quietly become when no one was watching but God. You didn't earn it through performance. You proved it through surrender. And if your spirit feels this, if every word echoed something your soul has known but never had language for, then don't keep it buried. Let the ripple begin with you. If this message found you in a valley, let it remind you that heaven hasn't overlooked a single step of your climb. If it found you in a waiting room, let it confirm that the wait was preparation, not punishment. And if it found you at the edge of something new, let it be your sign. You're not just being seen, you're being sent. If this word resonated with you in any way, I invite you to let your agreement be known. Click like, not for me, but to anchor this moment in your timeline as a spiritual marker. Share this message with someone you know has been quietly holding weight they never asked for. Someone who's been trusted in silence. Leave a comment below with the words, "Heaven trusted me with more, so others may know they're not the only ones." And if you haven't already, subscribe and tap the notification bell so you never miss another word crafted for your spirit. This space was built for those who walk differently, for those whose souls speak before their mouths do. Whether you've supported this channel with a super thanks or simply by showing up with an open heart, thank you. You matter here. You are seen, honored, and deeply appreciated. Your presence is not a statistic, it's a confirmation. And now I bless you. May your peace become permanent. May your trust become tangible. May your name be whispered in divine rooms, not for status, but for assignment. May you walk with a confidence that comes not from what you have, but from who heaven says you are. May you be steady in a trembling world. May your past be sanctified, your present be filled with clarity, and your future unfold like a scroll written in light. You were never just chosen to carry, you were chosen to become, and now it's time.